sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe. And the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
I'm going to go on the record right now and say that they are trying to kill Rick Allen.
Yeah.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
It's like always like in and out, in and out. They don't want him. They don't want us to see it.
Because he's my size. Chains and collars and leashes all over.
It's all about optics. They don't have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication. All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what? The eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to him anymore. And they have tried to break him. And Rick Allen, he's not going to break. Look he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year.
He's on the upside of things. Like if he's still alive, he's getting better every day.
His attorneys get thrown off the case and he turns to his wife and he says, it's okay. You didn't break him. You're not going to break him. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen.
And at the very end of today's hearing, we heard attorney Andrew Baldwin address Richard Allen's wife directly. He said, it ain't over. The world is watching. The world sees what's going on.
Journalism. It's time for you guys to start being journalists.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense? Taken away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Hey y'all, we are back. I did a lunch, I did a hydrate, we did a walkie, we did a snack. I hope everybody took care of themselves. I hope that everybody took a break. Has anybody heard anything new and exciting, mind-blowing or not, since about an hour ago when we took a break? I have not, personally. Oh, good, Tor. Taking good care of yourself. Let's see who we got, because I don't think I said hello to anybody last time. M's, love of my life. Jancy, hello. BGOG, good to see you. Shane, hi Shane. Joe D's comedy, welcome. Can't wait. M's is making fresh coffee and banana pancakes. Anybody want some? Yes, I will be on a flight, on a plane shortly, and I will be there. Are banana pancakes a common thing? I think so. I think they're easy. They're yummy. As my dad would say, they stick to your ribs. They keep you full. They're cheap. I don't know where this came from. I didn't even use a fork. Hi, Greenie. Nice to see you. Any freshly washed sweatshirts? Yeah. I've never been to Brazil. I need to get there. Been to Central America, a couple places, never Brazil. Shane is also making coffee. I don't drink coffee. Believe it or not. That might surprise some of you. Naturally caffeinated. Hi, Just Deb. Good to see you. Perfect timing. Just got some cleaning done and ready to kick back in. Love that. Hello, CBC. Hello, Elena Davidson. Hello again. This stuff is just crazy. I hope Libby and Abby get the right justice, not the crappy justice they've been getting, and I believe Rick Allen is innocent. Thank you for saying that, Elena. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Are we supposed to use the meme hashtag along with Delphi trial on memes? I don't know. See, I think the Carroll County one, for some reason, I think it's like tripping people up because there's 2 L's and 2 R's. And I've seen it we've flubbed it a couple times. So I think let's keep doing both, but I don't know. We're going to have to we'll have to do a poll. I could use some coffee, says Brian McNeil. They love parading Rick Allen around in chains. Now that he's not in chains, Gull won't let anybody film him. Very astute observation, Shane. Totally agree. Indy Cindy, hello. We certainly did a cuddle onto Boone. Boone, it's a little hot here today. Boone wasn't like totally wanting cuddles. I always try. You know that Looney Tunes, is it Looney Tunes? The cartoon with like the girl who like loves animals and she's always trying to like hug them really tight and like they run away from her. I feel like sometimes that's me and Boone. He likes his space. He's an old man. High gravital punishment. Oh, I'm sorry that happened, Cindy. Hello, Psych. I stole Angie's thunder by saying hello to people. No, you did a thunder. You did a Weird Cat thunder. Jenny Jen, did I hear correctly that Rick Allen's phone shows that he was gone from the crime scene before the girls were killed? That's what the defense has put forth in their opening statement. They seem to be suggesting that. So I imagine we will hear more about that. Tonka Thomas, welcome. I have a question. If the defense knows that a person's guilty, how do they still try and get the person off even if it's murder? And please don't say money. I think the defense attorney's main purpose, I'm not a defense attorney, as I understand it, their main purpose is to defend a person's constitutional rights, make sure that they get a fair, unbiased, unprejudiced, impartial trial. And the guilt or innocence of a person generally shouldn't matter when it comes to defending them. I do believe that it helps when you wholeheartedly believe that your client is truly
factually innocent, which is what Rick Allen's attorneys have forcefully, repeatedly, consistently shouted from the rooftops. They believe their client is innocent, not just not guilty, not just partially guilty. They believe that Rick Allen is innocent. But every person, guilty or innocent, accused, wrongly accused, deserves a vigorous defense in the United States. I like banana pancakes too, Torsil. Hello, Hoosier. Hi, Marianne. Mr. Pancake. Oh, I miss Oksana. I hope she's doing good. Hi, Carly. Hello, Sunflower. Christine DC, my love. Hello, Michael Miller. Elmira, that's her name, with the animals. Animaniacs, that's the one. That's me and Boone. Except if it's like early in the morning and we're trying to do a sleep in, and then Boone wants to be all over me and go outside. Yeah, he tricks me with snugs. Have I missed anything the last hour or so? I did a chicken nugget. I did a Happy Meal. Made me moderately happy. Yeah, Tonka is saying, I'm not saying either way. I don't know all the facts for sure. Many conspiracy theories out there to know for sure. Conspiracy theories is an interesting term. We can unpack that later. I believe that there are many conspiracies in this case. I don't think they're all theories. This might not be the channel for you. No, I'm just kidding. Please stay. Hello, Judge Jessica. Good to see you again. Hi, Shane. His attorneys had a chance to bow out gracefully, and they didn't. They even offered to be his attorneys for free. That's true. If the defense attorneys can get a guilty person a not guilty verdict, then the state did not do their job well enough. That's a great point. It's a good point. The burden is on the state to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that a person is guilty of the crimes they've been charged with. I would love to hear, no, they didn't give me a toy in my Happy Meal. And I looked. I did a DoorDash. I did a lazy DoorDash. So I don't know, maybe the DoorDashers don't give out Happy Meal toys. I haven't done a Happy Meal in probably a decade. Maybe not a decade, but a really long time. I don't recommend it, but it did the job. Got the job done, but I didn't get a toy. Weird. Might be wrong. I don't know well enough. I think everything you've said makes perfect sense, Tonka. You are welcome to ask all the questions here. We are not going to swarm you. We're just happy that you're here. We're happy that you're looking for information and that you're reserving judgment until all of the facts are presented. I think that is excellent. We applaud that. Drop a 1 in the chat if you applaud Tonka Thomas. Welcome, Tonka Thomas. Good to see you. The state never even had enough reasonable suspicion to arrest him. I tend to agree with that. There are people that really disagree with that. That's okay. Indy Cindy, I like your picture. Is it new? You look fierce. I love it. Look at all the love for Tonka. I might get a Happy Meal today. Fiend, do it. The Happy Meal today toy is the bucket. Why didn't I get one? One, since it's not DB. Judge Jessica says, I say wrong things all the time. Me too. I thought we were counting. No. I never thought it was done by one person only. It's hard. It's a hard theory to wrap my head around as well, regardless of who did it. I have a hard time seeing one person responsible, but hopefully more evidence will come out. What do we know today other than photos? That's it, Travis. Unfortunately, we got very, very slim pickings information from the media. They had a lot to say about how emotional it was, how sad it was, the emotional reactions of the family. They seemed to think it was appropriate to opine on the, as they saw, lack of reaction from Richard Allen, although they want us to believe both that he committed this vicious, heinous murder and then went on unaffected for 6 years, living his life. But then as soon as he got to DOC and saw the evidence against him, he just totally deteriorated and decompensated and fell apart from the guilt. But then now he's able to just look at crime scene photos unaffected. Get out of here. None of that makes any sense. The only thing that we heard this morning was Deputy Giancola testified. The only thing that the media is reporting about that testimony is that he was the first responder to arrive on the scene. And that he perceived that part of Abby's jeans appeared damp. hours of testimony, and that's what the media has given us about his morning testimony. And then we had the ISP crime scene investigator talking about the photos. He took photos. Oh, and Bob got bagels from his friends at NBC Dateline. I said, is this the same NBC that Judge Gohl banned from the proceedings, or is this a different NBC? I can't keep track. They also identified a 30 square foot area around the girls that they kind of put a perimeter around and called ground zero. And that is what they labeled the primary crime scene, which leaves me wondering, what about the area outside of the immediate area of the girls? How well was that area preserved? I was told by somebody that worked on the force who responded early on while the girls were still there that the crime scene resembled that of sheep wandering aimlessly. Take it or leave it. That's what I was told. Bob's Bagels. There was some type of organization of the sticks just to cover the body. They'd be thrown on there. Yeah, even the media is admitting that the sticks, or what they called logs, sticks seem to be arranged in a particular fashion. So even the media is reporting that the sticks seem to be arranged. Wild, since we were told for so long that there was no rhyme or reason to how the sticks were put on the bodies. Is the state's case entirely first responders, or will they produce evidence? I think it's going to be a combination of first responders, emotional platitudes, manipulation, doing a gaslight. I'm very cynical this afternoon. I was really trying to be more measured, especially because we have new people watching. Hello, welcome. I'm going to try my best. Herding chickens. Yes, I think that cross-examination this afternoon will be very interesting. I want to hear exactly when the unspent round was found. I remember them closing the scene and then speeding back a few days later. You didn't say speeding. I said speeding back. They did. I'd like to know if Judge Gohl made another private deal with select local legacy media. They could see the exhibits each day, but not write about the exhibits until after the conclusion of the case. Yeah, because they certainly knew a lot about what was going to be testified to today, who the witnesses were going to be. And then somebody tweeted earlier that Andy Baldwin's cross-examination this afternoon will focus on the following, and they listed the 3 areas he's going to focus on. Did he say that? Did we say that? Yeah. My Happy Meal made me very snarky. It was a snarky meal. It was not a happy meal. Be your authentic self. Thank you, Veronica. I want to hear jury questions. I guess they didn't have any. I imagine it was an emotional morning. They did say that somebody tweeted, actually, let me pull it up because it kind of took me like back. Oh, good. It's so weird that you can block people on Twitter, but they can still like tag you and stuff. I don't understand why. A snarky meal is right up Fiend's alley. Another YouTuber said that she thinks the sticks were used to conceal the girls. Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyone who went, I mean, regardless, the jury has now seen the crime scene. They've seen the sticks. They've seen how much of the girls were covered. It doesn't really matter what the YouTubers say anymore. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it liberating? Oh my God. Hopefully a jury will be properly sequestered, and if they're not, hopefully we'll find out. You know, it'll be nipped in the bud. But I feel they'll be properly sequestered. I have faith in this jury. Was it staged? So Ives did say that it was odd and that there were signatures. Susan Holman's statements. We found the bullet on the 13th. We took a photo and logged it into evidence. Sure. If true, Dan Doolin will never be called to the stand, even though he was the original witness list. He stated he is a silent witness. What's that mean, Criminal Network? I know that he was deposed. So. Thoughts on the Odin involvement. Here's what I know about the crime scene. Yeah, he would have had to have time to cut some of those sticks and branches, right? wouldn't the crime scene start where the girls were abducted? You would think so. Apparently 30 square feet was enough for... The other thing that's weird is that Deputy Giancola, who responded early on, said that there was a great, like a large amount of blood on and under the girls. Did you move them? Because some of us saw crime scene photos, unsolicited often, but some of us saw some crime scene photos. I have no problem admitting that. People are moralizing it. It's weird. But anyway, now everybody has seen the crime scene photos. I didn't see a ton of blood, particularly around Abby, but apparently John Cola has x-ray vision. The whole 15 minutes that fucking Rune is giving the media to look at exhibits. Will any of this be released considering the electronics ban? Jarrett, if you look in the description of the video that you're watching right now, did you see that Andrea Burkhart, criminal defense attorney and defense baddie, BFF of the channel, filed a motion for leave to intervene regarding public access this morning? I don't know if you saw that or not. Mandy. Look at Mandy's avatar. I love it. I have an unpopular take. I have a lot of unpopular takes. One of my perhaps most unpopular takes is that I like these sketches. I like the sketch artists. Fiend and I were we kind of had a moment of like, so you like him, right? And I was like, I like him. He's like, okay, same. Like, I like the sketch artist. Fiend doesn't trust them to calculate 30 square feet. I think that a lot of people found the Odin angle hard to believe at first. Yeah. And so I'm kind of right in the middle of, I do believe that the scene was staged to look Odin-y, witchy, to use a true crime phrase. I believe the crime scene definitely looked... DB says the sketches were really weird at first. They've grown on me a ton. Yeah.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Oh, we got a new one. Nice. I love it. I have no opinion on the sketches. It feels good to not have an opinion sometimes. No opinion Monday. I love it. I love that. It ain't that complicated. They could steal every exhibit if that's what they want to do. Just lazy. Intrigued that you saw crime scene photos. People can consider me morbid, but I wanted to see. I've always wondered if it looked like the girls were dragged to where they were found. I didn't see many. I saw whatever was leaked way after everybody else. They were just the ones from the contempt hearing. They were not very detailed. They were not anywhere near probably what was shown today. So I really don't know. I think that in the hearings in July and August, didn't somebody testify that they think the girls, since they were moved, that there were like drag marks? I don't remember. Anyway, it's a good question though. Yes, so even if it was staged, whether it was a legitimate ritual or a staged ritual, whoever did it would have to have knowledge of said ritual. That is the bottom line. Bottom line. It's not an ad. The scene looked ritualistic, or it was made to look that way too. Everyone in here is very smart. They're a really smart group of people. The sketches look like the first season of Beavis and Butthead. They're very caricature-y. They're very cartoonish. The sketch is not a photograph. I also think the scene was staged to look like Odinists. Sure. It looks like Peanut. It does look like Charlie Brown. DB says, I would love not having an opinion, but here I am. I suffer with chronic opinion syndrome. This is true. He does. I can testify to that. Hi, favorite YouTuber. Hi, favorite Steve. I can only support the caricature sketches if I get a side of cotton candy with them. That's fair. We are critical thinkers. Gabby. Welcome, Gabby. Gabby says, I think the fact that the girls were naked, yet they're saying there was no sexual assault, says ritualistic to me. That makes a lot of sense. Top-notch Americans in here. Proud of you all for helping me expose Delphi. Four Pits. I almost said your name. I don't know if I can say your name. I think I can say Four Pits. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for blowing the whistle early and being brave and living in the state of Indiana. God bless. If everyone wants to see what the creek looks like from the POV of like a boat in the water, 4 pits, and I think Noe did really good videos where they got in a canoe. Was it a canoe or a kayak? A canoe. And traversed Deer Creek under the bridge and around the bridge. So y'all go check it out. About March 2017, I thought the scene layout was a message to someone or someone's. Can a higher court step in and challenge her decisions that would only come on appeal? So, like, they would have to, someone would have to raise that issue on appeal. So, like, for example, Andrea Burkhart filed a motion to intervene for public access. If Gold denies that, then Andrea could presumably, Andrea and or, you know, coalition or cohort or whomever could take that up to the Supreme Court via an original action. Will they do that? I don't know. I don't know. Everyone, watch 4pit's new video that shit killed me. Good shit. I haven't seen it yet, so I cannot condone or disavow, but if DB suggests it, then it's probably really funny. Well, it's probably funny. Chelsea's back. She needs to cancel all her meetings for the next month. Do it. Do it. DB, you should also do it. Everyone should do that, and then we should all go to Delphi. What do you think? What could go wrong? Blows my mind how much the defense is not allowed to talk about. I watch a lot of trials. Alternate suspects and theories are often introduced. Visits to the crime scene are not unheard of. You know, Jarrett, please spam. Please spam us. We love the spam. I wonder at the rate at which jurors are asking questions, and like the thoughtfulness and the introspectiveness and the detailedness of the questions jurors are asking. They've asked already a lot of questions about like the layout of the bridge and the trails and everything. And so I wouldn't be surprised. Ow, my fingers are swelling. I wouldn't be surprised if the jurors ask to see the scene themselves, or if they are interested in that. They might raise that issue on their own. They might feel it's really important to see it. I personally think it is, but you know, maybe that's why the defense withdrew their motion. Maybe they were just thinking that if the jury found it to be important, that they would come up organically. And I wouldn't be surprised if it does, just given kind of the questions that they've asked already. And in a few minutes, I'll pull those up so that y'all can look at them. There's like, I think I have like 8 written down so far. I don't know, Estrella, exactly what their theory is. So Estrella asks, are they saying that RA was interrupted right before the girls were found? I think they're saying that that RA was interrupted by Brad Weber arriving home up the private drive. And so because of that interruption, he forced them down the hill and across the creek. And so he didn't essay them. But that seems to suggest, unless they iron out their theory a little more, we haven't heard yet, seems to suggest that he didn't SA them, but they were undressed and redressed at some time. So like, and then the sticks were placed on top of them after he was it doesn't make any logical sense to me. So I'm interested in how the state explains their theory. These weren't just random placed branches for sure. And certainly not done to cover up the bodies, or else they would have covered them with leaves. Yeah. There was no shortage of like, yeah, for sure. Not trying to start something or be mean, but the first sketch looks like my Patty. Honestly, the first sketch looks like so many people. It just looks pretty like a generic middle-aged kind of gruff man. Not even gruff, just a middle-aged man in a hat. I can question the timeline on the Chucks alone. Have you ever tried to quickly put on Converse shoes, let alone on someone else? That's a great point. And both of her shoes had been removed and put back on. I'm talking about Abby, because they said that she was, didn't they say she was not wearing socks? I don't remember for sure. DB has too many people in line asking for burritos, so he can't really take any time off. Any info about organizing the line to get into court? I heard it may be allowed to start at 8 o'clock instead of midnight. It's pretty insane that people are lining up overnight just to exercise their right to view this trial. It's a right that is being kept from them. Maybe the killer has erectile dysfunction. I thought about this early on. I said, why was there no SA? Why was there no rape? It's a morbid question. It's a morbid case, so I don't know. But whoever did this certainly did or didn't do whatever they did or didn't do for a reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Good to know. I'm surprised nobody in power has issues with the fact the defense has been granted pretty much nothing. I think the people in power like it that way for some reason, Jarrett, in this case. My theory so far, says Ems, Radholder planned the murder, Elvis Field, and Johnny Messer did it. It was an initiation for the last two. Radholder wanted to frame Pat Westphal because they had a falling out over the cult. Honestly, DB says the jurors are suspicious already. Honestly, so, okay, here's an interesting anecdote that is not here nor there, but something that in a personal anecdote. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody I know who doesn't follow the case, and she saw a true crime design. What is it called? Her rendition or her rendering of the crime scene of the girls and the sticks and everything. And she said, like, the first word out of this person's mouth when I showed it to her was, "Oh, that's pagan." And I was like, huh? And she's like, "This looks pagan." And I was like, "What do you mean it looks pagan?" And she explained all the reasons that she thought it looked pagan. Now, this is a person that I've not talked about, like, certainly not like that theory, but it is, she's a person who, like, is familiar with, can I show that version, DB? Yeah, I can. Absolutely. I have no qualms, man. I got no qualms. I think I have a picture of it somewhere, but actually, let me just pull it up on my own thing because I don't know if it's actually posted anywhere anymore. People are weird about it. People are so weird. Granted, yeah, discovery leak, but people, I'm so over the fucking virtue signaling about whether or not the crime scene photos have, like, somebody has seen them or not. Lots of new people might not have seen that. Yeah, I'll show it. And trigger warning, this is obviously not graphic because it's a watercolor rendition of how the girls were found. But if that is going to upset you, that is totally fine and understandable. I might turn the stream off for a minute or 5 and then you can put it back on. But can't wait to get told what a fucking am by everyone that loves for showing this. But okay. Except also ballsy of true crime design to find this important to get out to the public in what I believe is, so I see true crime design creating this watercolor. I see this as what I would call harm reduction. I believe that the photo leaks were going to perpetuate, and people I believe that people that wanted to see them, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm not going to moralize it. I think that's normal. Because I think a lot of people care about this case a lot, and there's a lot of questions, and we're seeking answers to our questions. Not going to moralize it. It's stupid. I think that true crime design creating this was harm reduction. I think that it gave people the answers that they were looking for without, exposing them to the actual photos. And I think that's great. That's my spiel. No one asked, but okay. So this is the true crime design version of the, crime scene. Share screen. Everyone see this? So, what's interesting about this, obviously, this is not like a zoomed out, version. You can't really tell the landscape and the placement of the girls. But this is more or less how they were found. This was the arrangement of the sticks on top of them. Now, if I'm The media are referring to these as logs. I mean, I guess this big one over Libby is quite large, but I mean, if the sketch literally says that this is the killer, how the fuck can we not talk about the sketches? Great question. Can everybody see this on my screen? On your screen. This is the true crime design image. Do I find this accurate? 100%. Yep. The bullet was said to be between them, buried in the dirt. Yeah. So I don't know where they found the bullet. They said 2 feet from one of the girls. Now, obviously they could have been a little farther away. I think there's like a big tree behind Libby. I don't know really. But they're saying it's to weigh the bodies down. To weigh them down, what are they? Are they going to float away? Catastrophe. I understand that you're sharing that because it's absurd. Like, are they going to float away? What do you mean weigh them down? Or is it like a symbolic weigh them down? Any true crime or trial watcher is used to and expects, lest I say wants to see crime scenes. It's a major component to crimes. Absolutely, Murky Piglet. Yeah, we try not to moralize shit here. The suggestion was that the one big one besides Libby would be a trunk or a large limb. It could have needed 2 people to move without dragging. If there's no drag marks, it's very interesting. Also, I believe that the Frank's memo, the description of the crime scene per the defense attorneys, said that it looked like one of the sticks had been like a power tool was used to cut it. Yeah, 3% of their bodies were covered with sticks, according to expert or witness testimony at the hearings over the summer. They found it in the magazines of one of their guns or a box of ammo at the station. Hi, support with Steffa. Good to see you. Was Abby's hair still in a ponytail? Yes. They were intentionally placed. I believe that too. There are not a lot of nutters out there. The big one was cut with a saw. That makes sense. That's. I mean, I would assume that that's the one that they're talking about. Now, I don't know if that means that it was cut with a saw, like, right then, like that day, or if it just happened to be at the scene and they. I don't know. The box cutter used to cut the blunt end of a tree. Yeah, right. This is a good comment. Night Rider band. I can only imagine what the parents are going through. Wouldn't it be nice if they could listen to the proceedings or watch the proceedings from elsewhere and not have to be in the courtroom around the public and media and defendant if they didn't want to? I mean, what are we doing, y'all? What are we doing? Why leave Libby naked to be embarrassed but not Abby? I don't know. Charmaine Sanders says the fact that there was no essay suggests sacrifices. In my opinion, most sacrifices are in line with virgins. My hair falls out of, yeah, if I just wiggle it funny. A regular person should be able to look at the cut. I think you mean the cut on like the tree limb and assume if it was fresh or weathered. Curious if the end was photographed. So we have heard from, I think, Barbara McDonald that they did not even collect the sticks initially. I don't know how true that is. It wouldn't surprise me based on other things we've learned. Is everyone okay if I stop sharing this for now? I can link you. I'll send you a link if anyone is like interested in watercolor. I'm gonna get clapped for this, but whatever. Okay. If anyone is interested, I'll just share it, but I'm going to take it off the screen. A regular person should be able to, yeah. Talking about Elvis Field, he's put the sticks, horns on one of the girls. Looking at this rendering, certainly looks like that. His confession does seem to match the crime scene perfectly. Yeah, so I don't know, like, I don't know what I don't know what they're supposed to represent. They're not like super obvious. Like there are people saying that they weren't put there intentionally. They were, but I just don't know. Like, no, I can't say why or what they're supposed to represent, but she did have like twigs on the top of her head. I source my own firewood. I carry tree limbs that size a mile to my house by myself. Yeah. See, I'm not convinced that they couldn't carry them. I think that one of the things I've heard is like if there were no drag marks, it might have had to be more than one person. But again, like you would think that they would look at the sticks, whether they were cut recently. So who has blood on their hands, like the message suggests, right? Libby had blood on her hands and the bottom of her feet per testimony from the hearings. I've never seen that picture before. I asked about the hair thing. Was there evidence of a struggle? So in the Ron Logan search warrant, it might be good to revisit that actually. I guess I don't have it on here. Let me see. The Ron Logan search warrant that was authored by Nicole Robertson. She's a special agent. She is a special agent with the FBI. She said it did not appear that there were no signs of a struggle, which, of course, is interesting and confusing given what, given. Somebody please block. I can't see Knight Rider. Can one of the mods block? If they're, I can't see them, so they must already have me blocked. Let's see. Block the decider over here. Yeah, I can't see them. I'm sorry if they're being inappropriate. Someone can block them for me. Oh wait, why? What are they doing? He looks stressed in the photos. I don't think he could fool a polygraph. Did he take a polygraph, Knight Rider? Is that information that you have? Did RA take a polygraph test? I can only imagine what parents are going through. Why are we blocking Knight Rider? I don't think Knight Rider has said anything yet. We don't need. I take it back. Let's be cool. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, that's fine. Just be cool. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mind my business. I'm gonna mind my business. Let the mods decide, says DB. What was I doing? Oh, Ron Logan. Here it is. I'm gonna move this to. If this is repetitive to some people, I apologize. I think it might be good to review it, given what we're talking about today in the trial, given that we've got some time to kill. Where did I just put it? Angela, get your life together. Okay, found it. Where did I put it? Oh. Oh. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I have chicken nugget brain. My brain is sleepy. All right, this is the Ron Logan search warrant document. I will share it if anyone is interested. So let's see. And it's a little blurry, y'all. I apologize, but that's not, where's the actual warrant? Here it is. So, don't I have a better version somewhere? I don't know. Nicole Robertson swears or affirms that she believes, and has good cause to believe, evidence of a homicide is located in the residence of Ronald Logan, located at Delphi, Indiana, situated in the county of Carroll in said state. A white 2-story single-family dwelling situated in the county of Carroll in said state, including the detached garage, outbuildings, a white Ford F-250, VIN number, and states as follows. What is this? Oh. Oh wait, okay. Let me show you this first before we get too far into the weeds with Ron. Are these runes? These probably form runes, right? I don't know much about runes, but these look runey. Oh yeah, this one was on. Wasn't this one on Brad Holder's hand? I have a picture of it. Rooney, yeah. It's Rooney. God, I don't want to show. It's probably by the time I pull this up, y'all are gonna be over it, but they do look Rooney. Abby's placement looks, yes, very much so. I agree with that. He asked for date on the Gray Hughes video. Side by side of, yeah, here we go. This obviously is not a very good picture, but it's the best I can do in the amount of time I'm willing to spend on it. Let's see if y'all can see this. Y'all see that? This was a Facebook post by Brad Holder drawn on his hand. And oops. Here we go. So this compared to, it's back and forth. So the one on Abby, the red stick formation on Abby looks an awful lot like this, doesn't it? Maybe says better one. Okay. Maybe has a better one. Oy. Okay. Zoom in. DB, is there a source that I should share for these? There we go. Maybe Adrian. Okay. Yeah. This might be I'm not sure who I got them from the Google. Okay. I don't have a source for this, so if somebody is the source for this, please let me know so I can properly attribute it to you. But yeah, I don't know much about runes. I don't know much about pagan symbolism. I know a lot of people do. So if anybody, has any thoughts about it, share. So this one is a little bit different than this one that you shared, DB. So on this one, they have the runes on Abby kind of arranged a little differently. Adrian, did the presentation. Okay, that makes sense. Adrian is very knowledgeable about a lot of this stuff. She's a good source. If someone wants to link her channel, or I can do it. Adrian using a modification of true crime designs. Awesome. Cool. This is a great presentation. Thank you, DB. Thank you, everyone who attributed that. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know enough about. All I know is that these were not these were not random. There's Adrian. Perfect. Adrian. She could hear us summoning her. Can someone please go wake up Adrian? Dr. NB, Adrian heard you. Ask and you shall receive. Am I shadow banned? No, sir. Never. Not here. I see. Okay. Too many coincidences that meant something for someone. I agree with that. Hi, Adrian. I definitely agree. With everything y'all are saying. I don't know what it means, but I know that it doesn't mean nothing. Any Star says someone jumped the gun today and Libby's blood face was shown in the courtroom without warning. I heard that too. That was very sensitive. I heard that there was a gasp. It's very upsetting. There should be a bit of a warning made. Although maybe that was by design to shock and horrify. I don't know. Mr. Natural, this is something else that people have asked. Maybe he was in the process of covering them up and got spooked and left. Sure, maybe, but it doesn't really look like he was trying to cover them. He could have just put some sticks and leaves over them. Like, they look purposefully arranged, I would say, but I'm not sure. Did they reply to you on X? DB says, oh, that will be the defense's fault. Mm-hmm. I don't know who was who gasped, who was making, you know, the noise. I don't know. State needs to save their empty seat for someone who can actually work the podium. Let me see what's on it. What's going on Twitter. Yeah, you would hope that if they're so concerned about the have you ever heard of women being responsible for rune magic as opposed to rituals with runes that men participated in? 2 Dark Arts by Adrian. Interesting. They want to shock and horrify so they convict Rick Allen. They definitely want to. I don't know. I'm like, I just will be glad when the when these first few days of evidence presentation are behind us, because it's really tricky I'm finding it tricky navigating and balancing sensitivity and honoring how horrifying and tragic, you know, this was. Trying to balance honoring that, holding space for that, and being sensitive while also being honest about how I perceive the state's case and evidence presentation. So it's tricky. What did we miss? I love it. The media says, take it or leave it. Y'all are ridiculous. Y'all have the worst. The media has the worst fucking attitudes I have ever seen in my life. Who was on the stand this afternoon? No idea, Carol, because they don't fucking tell us shit. Probably the same witnesses from this morning. I think they're going to be the defense will be cross-examining them. So that would be John Cole. Well, I don't know. I don't know who they're going to call. Don't know. I wish I knew. Yeah. Somebody did, yeah. It's disturbing. Take it or leave it. I'll leave it. I will gladly leave it. Y'all, the snark. Updates from session 1. We read those earlier. She said that something about appeared damp. How many branches? I'm headed back in for session 2. Wanted to quickly answer this. There are at least 3 large and long branches covering Libby in a triangle formation. Apparently I have this person blocked. Sorry. Okay. That's a new one. Didn't know you could touch photos to ascertain damp. Show me the science. There are few eyes and ears inside. Yeah, there are a few eyes and ears. We're doing our best to observe, and they're not doing their best. Perhaps the YouTube lawyers could be allowed to see exhibits to help get the info out. Perhaps you could advocate for that. I want a scientist to testify regarding the clothes that Abby was wearing when she was found. Did those clothes contain organisms that have been positively matched have originated from the creek? This is not an impossible thing to do. When we've talked about this before, people look at us like we're crazy. No, Mandy, don't apologize. I love this. I love this energy. Which part of Abby's clothes were damp? It was hard to tell. Partially her jeans. Do you know about how large the branches were? I remember. First on scene, there's Giancola. Okay. There's a lot of questions. The public has a lot of questions, and it's unfortunate that this is deemed an appropriate professional response to the public asking questions. Couldn't be me, day 3. We read Caitlin Kendall earlier. I know that my notes from the first half of day 3 are brief. A full synopsis will be posted later. Sure it will. All right. Pretty slim, y'all. Those are some pretty slim updates. I do believe a triangle is a shape. Good point, DB. So here's my position on whether Rick Allen reacted or didn't react or whatever. 1, Rick Allen has likely been shown these photos by his attorneys before. They would not want the defendant to be seeing these photographs for the very first time during trial, where they know that the public and the media will be scrutinizing every single reaction or non-reaction of their client. He has seen these photos before. They have showed them to him. 100%. He has a right to every piece of discovery and evidence that will be presented against him. Okay? Number 1. So he likely could have prepared for them to be shown. Number 2, is Rick Allen still medicated? Is he still on Haldol? Is he still on an antipsychotic? Is he on any kind of a sedative? Is he on any kind of an SSRI? Is he on any kind of medication? I don't fucking know. Neither does the media. Neither does Russ McQuaid. Shut the fuck up. That's what I have to say. And number 3, attorneys advise their clients not to show any reaction, because any reaction, emotional, stoic, angry, obstinate, confused, they are going to assign meaning to, and they're going to misinterpret it, and they're going to assign the most guilty meaning to it. So I assume that his lack of reaction was practiced, intentional, and by far the most appropriate thing for him to do was nothing. So miss me with that shit. Has the media in Indiana ever covered a trial before? Ever? Doesn't look like it. My God. Exactly. How are you supposed to react? Anything that you do or don't do will be scrutinized to fucking hell and back. So Keelan says, when I got arrested, by the time I was prosecuted, I had already had all the discovery packet to me while I was in jail, and even the final. Exactly. Exactly. Come on, guys. The press gets 15 minutes to see exhibits. Fran is totally transparent. You guys are just greedy. Christ, what do you want? Do you want to see the courtroom? That's just gross. Mandy is making shut a fuck cupcakes this afternoon for Rust McQuaid. That's awesome. I forgot to include Brad because Brad wasn't in the video. I realized after the fact I didn't name Brad because Brad wasn't in that video. I was just saying hi to the people in the video. But you're right. Brad is. People know I'd be shipping Brad. I'd be hyping Brad. That's the daddy one right here. No offense, Andy. What is this? Way too many questions and answers. Did Logan own a 40 Smith and Western? If so, did they test his pistols? Also, since they could not get a conclusive match with Allen's pistol with an unfired versus fired. Yep, I like where this is headed so far. Richard Kentaft. Richard Kentaft. I like it. Fired case can match an unfired cartridge. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's totally silly. That's possible, Murky Piglet. He was probably out grabbing the parking ticket off of his truck. How many tickets? I know he's gotten 2 so far. They've ticketed Rosie twice. And then the first morning of trial, they were like bugging at them to move her. Certainly seems like the media's never had to read and accurately summarize legal filings. Please send us some shut the fuck up cakes, Mandy. We would love that. Okay, totally forgot what I was doing initially. Thank you, DB, for sharing that image. Thank you, Adrian, for educating us. And I believe that we linked your channel. We'll do it again in a second. What was I about to do? Ron Logan. Everyone should watch Adrian's presentation, especially if this is a topic that interests you, like in terms of the crime scene and how it could be symbolic. I happen to believe it was. Okay. I'm sorry that this PDF is so blurry, y'all, but do our best. Okay, going back to, this is the probable cause affidavit for the search warrant of Ron Logan's home. It's very blurry. I have a different version somewhere. I apologize. You are authorized. Actually, let me go to Nicole's affidavit. So on February 13th, 2017 at 1 p.m., okay, approximately 1 p.m. Interesting. Juvenile victims hereby referred to as LG and AW were taken to the Monon High Bridge, located in Delphi, Indiana. They were walking the trail in the area of County Road 300 North and 575 West, near latitude whatever, longitude whatever, at approximately 2:13 p.m., which was the time of the last contact with Liberty German and Abby Williams by cellular device. The victims were to be picked up by family member at 3 p.m. They never met with the family member. At approximately 5:30 p.m. was the last successful ping of the cellular phone by AT&T. The victims were located deceased on February 14th, 2017 at approximately 2:17 at the above listed lat and long, having been victims of murder in accordance with Indiana Code. There's the code. Okay. Suspect has been developed of a white male wearing a blue jacket with a heavy physical build, a cap, and blue jeans. The development of this suspect was made by a 43-second video taken on Liberty German's phone, where the suspect follows the victims as they're walking on the Monon High Bridge Trail. Near the end of the video, the suspect speaks to the victims and says, "Down the hill." It sounds as though he's directing the victims to leave the trail that they were on and enter the wooded area below. No person has come forward and identified himself as the person who met the victims and made the statement in Libby's video. Therefore, it is believed that the person in Libby's video participated in the killings. Images of the suspect have been broadcast on the news media since February 15th, 2017 as a person of interest. Libby and Abby were presumed to have made contact with the unknown male at approximately 2:13 p.m. based on analysis of Libby's cell phone, which recorded the video. On February 14th at approximately 12:17, victims Libby and Abby were found dead with wounds caused by a sharp weapon on the property owned by Ron Logan. A large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. Because of the nature of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on his person and clothing. The location of the crime scene is approximately 1,400 feet from Ron Logan's residence. Ron Logan is a 77-year-old man. His physical build is consistent with that of the male suspect. He owns farmland, cares for large farm animals. He appears to be in good physical condition. He has been interviewed several times. His voice is not inconsistent with that of the person on the video. This is the part that I think is most interesting and relevant to today's testimony. So, it was also discovered that the panties and sock of one of the victims was missing from the crime scene while the rest of the clothing was recovered. It also appears that the girls' bodies were moved and staged. Based upon my training and experience, it is common for perpetrators of this type of crime to take a souvenir or in some fashion memorialize the crime scene, whether by photos, electronic, or digital methods that are then downloaded onto computers, storage devices, tablets, phones, iPad devices, or other electronic devices that store digital data for later viewing, scanning, or copying. Liberty German and Abby Williams had no visible signs of a struggle or fight. That's very interesting to me. How could one little person subdue and control, assault and murder two teenage girls, one of whom was, both of them were about his size, and the girls had no visible signs of a struggle or fight. It's very, very confusing. Zoe, we are allowed to talk about the Flora fires everywhere and anywhere, always. Yes, Flora is on our minds perpetually. Logan owns, during the processing of the scene, investigators located unknown fibers and unidentified hairs, which may later be used for comparison of similar fibers or hairs. Forgot about that. We learned recently in day one, I think, opening statements that there were hair or hairs found wrapped around Abby's finger with a root or roots. Ron Logan owns numerous weapons. He does, including handguns and knives that were observed by law enforcement officers during the execution of a search warrant that took place at his home on March 6th, 2017. So the crime was the 13th and 14th of February, and Ron Logan's home was not searched, as far as we know. Criminal Network's head is going to explode. His home was not searched until March 6th, as far as we know. That's a long time. Logan's home was searched as a result of a probation violation. The search was limited to the discovery of firearms and included only his main residence. That was on the 6th of March. On February 14th at 9:20, are y'all interested in this? I definitely just wanted to cover the crime scene details. We don't have to unpack all of this if y'all are not interested, but I will share it. This is the document in its entirety. Okay, we'll keep reading, I guess. On February 14th, at approximately 9:20 a.m., Ron Logan contacted his cousin, David Nulf. Logan asked Nulf to tell police that Nulf came to Logan's home between 2 and 2:30 on February 13th to pick Logan up, and Logan further told Nulf to say that he drove Logan to an aquarium store in Lafayette, Indiana. Logan told Nulf to say they returned home to Logan's house between 5 and 5:30. On February 14th, 2017, while requesting consent to search Ron Logan's property, a law enforcement officer advised Logan that law enforcement would not search his home unless evidence led them to his home. You know, evidence other than 2 dead girls on his property. Not that evidence, other evidence. In that meeting, Logan told the law enforcement officer he didn't think evidence would lead them to his home, but he said, I don't know. A receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette, dated February 13th with a checkout time of 5:21, was found in Logan's home on March 6th. How did they find that receipt during a probation violation? That's so interesting. I wonder if he had it just laying out in the open for them just to stumble upon. Or were they digging through his trash looking for guns? I wonder. I wonder how they came across this very tiny little piece of exculpatory evidence of an alibi. I wonder. It's so weird. Anyway. Gosh, Angela, you sound like a conspiracy theorist. You sound like a conspiracy theorist, Angela. What are you suggesting, that Ron Logan was some kind of criminal psychopath? No. Wow, how convenient. Logan resides 22 miles from the store. It would take 30 minutes to get to the store from his home. On March 6, 2017, during an interview, Logan said he was picked up by his cousin at 3 o'clock, taken to Aquarium World. In the March 6th interview, he said he was done at the aquarium store. When he was done, he was driven straight home. These statements were found to be factually false and intentionally designed to deceive law enforcement officers. Hello, beautiful friends. Hello, woman. Hello, Heather. Good question, Torsil. I've wondered this. I also wondered if the girls were, well, it doesn't matter. We can talk about it later. It's just tragic, but is it possible Ron may have dropped a bullet in his 70 years of living on the land? Definitely not, Jenny. Definitely not. Did they do geofencing on Ron Logan's phone by chance? Jenny, we are just about to talk about that. Okay. On March 7th, Ron's cousin, David Nulf, was interviewed by law enforcement, and he told law enforcement that he was with Ron Logan on the 13th, and that he drove him to the aquarium store. And then on March 9th, David Nulf was interviewed again by another law enforcement officer regarding his trip to the aquarium. Nulf told law enforcement that he had in fact lied when he was interviewed on March 7th at Logan's request. Nulf explained that Logan had never asked Nulf to lie for him in the past. Nulf knows Logan has driven his vehicle while on probation and was and is prohibited from doing so. He also said that Logan did not ask him to lie for when he went to the transfer station earlier that day. On the 12th of March, Nulf explained in another interview to law enforcement that Logan called him on the morning of the 14th of February and asked him to provide an alibi for Logan's drive to the Aquarium World in Lafayette. This phone call was made prior to law enforcement discovering the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams. Based on investigators' experience, it's reasonable to believe that the creation of an alibi prior to the discovery of a crime indicates culpability or knowledge of the crime. Nulf said he thought the photo of the man that was released looked like Logan. Law enforcement learned Ron Logan drove on February 13th to the transfer station in Delphi, Indiana to drop off trash. Video shows his white Ford pickup between 11:17 and 11:32. The video from the transfer station appears to be off. Oh, look, it's off by 26 minutes. They've got some issues with their video timestamps in this county. Putting Logan at the transfer station from approximately 11:53 to 11:58. Trying to find something for y'all. Okay. DoorDashers steal Happy Meal toys. That makes sense. That explains it. Those motherfuckers. Being worried about driving excuses, not my favorite either. Yeah, why would he be asked about driving if at that point they simply thought the girls had run off or fallen off the bridge? Right. And why would he need an alibi if he thought the girls had fallen off the bridge? Good question. So he was a felon. He signed a Fourth Amendment waiver, so they did not need any reason or probable cause to search his house. They could have searched his house the day the girls were found without, they could literally just search his house on a random Thursday. They didn't really need any reason to do so. So it's just baffling to me why they didn't and why they waited so long. He 100% signed a Fourth Amendment waiver. Everyone see this? He looks to be in pretty good physical condition. Thrown off the stuff. Lots of trash. A whole lot of trash. These are heavy bags. Interesting. Okay. I want to go to, I don't want to read about. So basically they interviewed exes of his and he was very abusive. A call placed using Ron Logan's cell phone produced cell tower data that shows Ron Logan's cell phone in or around his property February 13th at 2:09 p.m. Although his exact location cannot be confirmed, the tower data shows that his cell phone was in the Delphi area in the area of the Monon High Bridge at 2:09 p.m. An analysis of Logan's cell phone data revealed a text message sent from his cell phone at 7:56 p.m. on February 13th. Initial examination of this analysis indicates that his phone was likely outside of his residence and in the proximity of where Libby and Abby's bodies were located. An analysis of Logan's cell phone data revealed a text message received by his phone at 10:16 p.m. on February 13th. Initial exam of this analysis indicates that his phone was likely outside his residence and in the proximity of where Libby and Abby's bodies were located. Angela needs to read the ISP documents. I can do that. I will definitely share them, Jackie. If I don't get to them today, I will at least share them so everyone can read them. Logan met with law enforcement on or about February 17th while they were on his property. Logan was physically able to get up and down the hill from his home to the crime scene. On March 14th, I'm going to skip Ashley's testimony just because basically on February 13th, Libby's family began searching the area of the trail where the girls were initially dropped off, beginning shortly after 3 p.m. Libby's family and other community members joined the search shortly thereafter. Carroll County Sheriff's Office was notified at approximately 5:30 that the girls were missing. Once the search for Libby and Abby began, no one reported seeing any person matching the description of the male on the bridge. The FBI has established a database for collecting and organizing tips provided by the public in this case. A search of the database has revealed 15 tips in which citizens, both known and anonymous, attributed the crime to Logan for various reasons. 15 people tipped in Ron Logan. How many tipped in Richard Allen again? 0. Just saying. Based on the above aforementioned facts, Logan was in the area at the time the crime occurred, and that he provided false information about his activities during the crime to law enforcement, has a prior propensity for violence, employed others to assist in deceiving law enforcement, and plotted an alibi for a crime that had not yet been discovered. Oof. That's rough. Am I streaming 2 channels? No. I don't think so. Hope not. Definitely not. Why? Did I not end the other stream? Wrong. One person tipped in Richard Allen. Richard Allen himself. Right. That's true. That's a good point. Could make that argument. Okay. Information to be searched. Things to be seized. I believe there's probable cause to believe that Ronald Logan has committed the crime of murder, and the evidence of that could be found on his property. The affiant requests a warrant to search his entire property. Any and all evidence pertaining to a murder, including clothes, forensic evidence, blood, seen and unseen, hair, bodily fluids, fibers, weapons, including guns and cutting instruments, electronic devices used to produce cellular signals detected by law enforcement in the area of the crime scene, and animal hair samples. Computers and computer equipment, digital storage devices. A bunch of electronic stuff. Evidence, research ways to conceal a crime or destroy a crime scene. This is an interesting one for me. I think it's really interesting that they talk about evidence. I think it's really interesting that they mention storing evidence of a crime or researching ways to conceal a crime or destroy a crime scene. Records, documents, writings, correspondence containing information about the crime scene, or any individual involved in the crime. Notice they're not saying he's the lone perpetrator of this crime. Jackie, you're thinking of Connie. Connie. Any and all tablets, phones, iPad devices, and any and all other electronic devices which may contain digital data. Any and all computer data, including but not limited to photos, videos, documents, emails, all sound files which may contain evidence of the violations of the criminal statutes listed at the beginning of the affidavit. I affirm, under penalty of perjury as specified in, that the foregoing representations are true. AJ Smith swears or affirms he believes he has good cause to believe firearms are located in Ron Logan's home. I'm an ISP detective. During the course of an investigation, I spoke to Ron Logan. Mr. Logan advised me that he has firearms, including handguns, in his residence. Mr. Logan's a convicted felon and is not allowed to own firearms. In addition, Mr. Logan is presently on probation, and as a term of probation, he executed a Fourth Amendment waiver. Interesting. I hope that was interesting to people. It just kind of gives insight as to what the FBI, I understand that search warrant affidavits and for search warrants are not necessarily indicative of, the author's sole theory. It doesn't mean that they were not looking at other suspects or into other avenues, but it is interesting. There's a lot we can glean from that about the scene itself and kind of what was going on around the scene at that time. Lurker says hi. Hi, Lurker. No updates. It's 3:30. We probably got what? How long do you think they're going to go today? Until like 5:30? Oh, I know what I wanted to show y'all. This is not entirely like breaking news or anything, but this was something was reported last night that gave me pause. Okay. So I think Fox 59 reported something that I hadn't seen before last night, and I want to share with y'all.
Based on an interview he gave a DNR officer a couple days after the murders that was lost in the system until it was dug out by chance by a woman rummaging through the files one day. And detectives said they matched a gun in Allen's house to an unfired bullet found at the crime scene. And Allen's own confessions more than 60 times from inside the maximum security state prison where he was held in solitary confinement. Based on an interview he gave a DNR officer a couple days after the murders that was lost in the system until it was dug out by chance by a woman rummaging through the files one day. And detectives said they matched a gun in Allen's house to an unfired bullet found at the crime scene. And Allen's own confessions.
Oops, didn't mean to stop sharing that. I meant to. So that's interesting. So we've always heard a rediscovered tip, but now we're hearing this tip was found by a woman rummaging through the files.
Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail. Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail. Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail.
ISP Superintendent Doug Carter stood on a national stage and thanked law enforcement and one Kathy Shank for her attention to detail while announcing the arrest of Richard Allen. Apparently, Fox 59 has specific info about the found tip that they once again kept from the public. So let me see if I understand. Kathy Shank, a volunteer clerical assistant for the Unified Command Task Force, was rummaging through files when she found the lost tip that happened to be an electronic Orion entry. Got it. Got it. I'm rummaging through files and I find an electronic Orion tip.
I'm here to help in any way I can. Kathy Shank returned home from vacation last night and signed up this morning to run the police headquarters reception desk.
I know the family of Liberty, and I felt like that I need to be here.
I'm here to help in any way I can. Kathy Shank returned home from vacation last night and signed up this morning to run the police headquarters reception desk.
I know the family of Liberty, and I felt like that I need to be here.
I'm here to help in any way I can. Kathy Shank returned home from vacation last night and signed up this morning to run the police headquarters reception desk.
I know the family of Liberty, and I felt like that I need to be here.
I'm here to help in.
Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail.
Stop yelling at me, Doug. Okay. So we've got a Kathy Shank, a volunteer, rummaging through files and finds a lost tip. Miss Kathy Shank not only managed to, Miss Kathy Shank not only managed the tip line in task force administration for 5 years, she was also a vocal supporter of Detective Tony Liggett for sheriff. She even penned this letter of support for Liggett on 10/26/22, the very day Richard Allen was taken into custody. Cool. That was sweet of her. I've got a wolf visiting me. Working with Tony Liggett for the past 5.5 years has given me the opportunity and insight to not only witness his personal integrity, but also his work ethic and his commitment to his profession as a dedicated law enforcement officer. I've observed him as he accepted responsibility for his assigned duties as a detective for the sheriff's office. I've witnessed his willingness to assist road officers to ensure their safety without a moment's hesitation. I am aware of his numerous responsibilities within the sheriff's office in addition to being the sole detective at this time. Currently, as chief deputy, a position that he was appointed to after they demoted Mike Thomas for having a spine, he has many additional assigned tasks which he accepts and manages with respected professionalism. Come here. Tony has full working knowledge of the duties and responsibilities of the position of the sheriff requires. He's developed rapport with commissioners and council. Oh, I know he has. They now pave the way for the much-needed jail. Where is that jail, by the way? What's going on with that jail? Update on Bob's Twitter. Let's see what Bob says. Ouch, Booney. Then we got to take the monster out. Afternoon break. Rosie crossed ISP crime scene investigator page. Crime scene investigator Daltman was called next. Unspent round was discovered on 2/14 while using ALS. I don't know what ALS is. Who in here knows what that is? Sticks were left at the scene and then recovered on March 3rd, 2017. Well, fuck me running, y'all. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be back, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play something in the background while I go. I'll give you a little afternoon background. That's not what I wanted. Y'all, that's fucking infuriating. That's fucking infuriating. March 3rd? So who told them on March 3rd, like, hey y'all, what the fuck do you mean you didn't collect what the fuck do you mean you didn't collect the sticks? You what? God damn. Oh my god. Let's watch. Would y'all rather watch? Oh my god, y'all rather watch a crazy commissioner election board meeting or Connie talking about how scary Ron Logan is? Thank you, Dougie. Hi, Dougie. K. Duggan says ALS alternate light source devices handheld forensics. Thank you. So it must not have been plainly visible to the naked eye, just on top of the ground between the girls. Interesting. How did they know if they collected the right sticks? I don't know. 3 weeks of an unsecured crime scene and you're going to go back and get the sticks. Awesome. Ron Logan. That's what we're going to do. Digging for a fossil, says Dougie. I'm gonna take a break from Choo Choo because I played like every Choo Choo video the other night. All of a sudden, I'm getting hundreds of ads. Hundreds, Estrella. No. Y'all, I don't know what to say about that. I'm gonna play a thing and I'll be right back and we'll unpack what we just learned together when I get back. That's really bad. That's bad. That makes me really mad.
Tell me about the day that you learned about the murders. Do you remember kind of?
Oh yeah, I remember the very day when I heard that the 2 girls had been murdered on his property. It's like, oh my God, he finally killed somebody. And then it wasn't just, maybe a couple of days later that subject coming across the bridge said, oh my God, it is him. I recognized his walk, like a knock-kneed a little bit. I mean, there was trails even from Monon Bridge to the area where the girls were found, all the way up to Ron's house. There was trails.
How did you know Ron? How did you meet Ron?
In the bar, with a friend, and he was drinking a Pepsi, and he was cowboy, and started talking horses, actually. Kind of told me where he lived, and he asked me how old I was. He told me how old he was, which was a lie.
Was he charming?
Yeah, he was. He just had a swag about him. We hit it off pretty good, but the horses and stuff, I had a horse, and I think that's how he got me, for sure, with the horses. I knew that he was a recovering alcoholic, and I thought, him not drinking, I thought that was, I really liked that. Someone that was a recovering alcoholic and not drinking. But see, he started drinking after our split.
Do you remember, like, the first time that you saw a side of him that scared you?
When I wasn't giving him sex in bed and he beat me, yeah. He had bruises all over. Gosh, I'm going to say within the first year, I had bruises on my chest. And And I remember my stepmother asking me, I told her that I was, had a baby colt, that I was halter breaking and it reared up and, struck me, Tried to break up with him. And he always would come back and, the horse is something this or something that. And then I'd go back. I'd go back.
What kinds of things would he say? Would he apologize?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He felt bad. Oh, it never happened again. But it happened again, time after time after time.
So how often would you say he got physically violent with you?
A lot. Restrain me. Hold me down. Force sex on me. And then I could leave.
Was he strong?
Yes. I mean, there's time that when my daughter and I was there, and we tried to leave. He didn't want us to leave, wouldn't let us out the door. I don't even know why we were even arguing or why. I know it wasn't getting anywhere, and I just wanted to leave. And no, we're not leaving. I don't know. Maybe I didn't give him the right answers or something. And to this day, I don't know what any of the arguments were about. I mean, can you see that though?
Mm-hmm.
Even though I didn't live with him, I mean, I stayed there at times, There was a lot of rules. There was a lot of control. Things I could do and couldn't do. And
what were the rules that he had at his house that you had to follow?
Things had to be tidy. Tidy.
Oh, it's just crazy. I wasn't allowed on something. Furniture, couldn't lay on the couch.
That couch ain't made for laying down. Nope, you ain't laying down there.
What were they made for?
Screwing on, I guess.
He had a new refrigerator, and there was a little scratch that got put on it.
Yeah.
And he blamed my daughter for it. And she don't remember doing it. And he just drilled her and drilled her and drilled her. And I know you did it. I know you did it, And you know what? I think that might have been the day when we were trying to get out of the house. He wouldn't let us out of the house. He was bent out of shape about it when we got away. That was one of the times, when he busted my windshield out. My daughter remembered that he shoving her and knocking her down.
How old was she at the time?
7. So the only way to get to the upstairs was go through the other room, which you go through the kitchen. And he had a padlock on that door. Not a regular lock type door, a padlock. I do remember he may have been outside when I went up there, and I kind of went upstairs real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And he caught me and forbidden me. That's the only time that I was ever up there. Because I wanted to see what the house looked like. This was really big. There's boxes of stuff everywhere and some old furniture. And he forbidden me to ever go up there again. Why? I don't know. I don't know. To this day, I don't. I wish I did.
What would happen if Ron did not get his way?
I don't know. I already do. Well, I told you he forced sex on me, right? I always kind of thought he was perverted.
How so?
I told you he got off watching animals breed, right?
That happened often?
Well, he raised goats. He raised rabbits. Yeah, raised horses, colts. Well, he'd definitely get a hard on. He'd want to go screw afterwards. Well, there'd be that neighbor girl. just if you go across the creek, Deer Creek, she was 12, 13. She bought an Appaloosa horse from him. And she used to come over all the time. He just loved her. Loved her.
Did he seem inappropriate with her?
I've been comfortable a few times. But, you know, and her parents was never there, so I didn't understand that either. Ride her horse over. I guess he's helping her.
Helping her with what?
The horse.
Did he ever have to, like, kill an animal or put an animal down or anything that you remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he had no problem hitting a rabbit in the head to butcher it or anything like that. No. So I've been with him, something about, go take a walk back in the woods, you know, and he brought a gun. I go, what are we doing? And I know how the ravine was in the back of these woods, and he shot a deer. Wow. He goes, you want to help me butcher it? Yeah, I'll help him butcher it. We went and got it and took it out of there, and I helped him butcher it, helped him package it. I thought, oh, wow, you know, this is pretty neat. You know, got a guy that's self-sufficient, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, he had no problem killing animals.
Where would he butcher them?
We butchered it right there at the house. I remember we had the table in the kitchen cleaned off, and we were cutting it up, and I was helping him package it up. And he actually hung it in his barn, and we did it all in one day.
How did he clean up blood?
By soaking in dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the barn, you mean?
Yeah. Or put it in feed sacks, you know, the guts and stuff. And what he did with that after that, I don't know. You know, where he buried it, or I don't know. I don't know what happened to the head. I don't know any of that. But as far as I know, he could took it back in the woods and let it rot, you know. Oh, he had no problems using a knife or a gun.
Housing, car payments, gas. The cost of everything has gone through the roof.
Bidenomics hit families hard, ruining the economy and taking more money out of your pocket. Mondaire Jones spent money faster than he could print it. Bidenomics wasted $7 trillion.
I do remember times that he'd stand around humming. And he'd be in a daze, like, I do remember that so distinctly, so many different times. Like, what is he doing?
What did you like about Ron?
I had to do about horses, okay? That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, just to listen to him talk about horses to other people, meaning, okay? That's all I could say. I got another girlfriend from Kokomo. She came over there to visit me one time, and I was fixing supper over there at his place. And I remember I had to get this meal made or get everything cleaned up, and I didn't have time for her, and I made her leave. Felt that it was safer for her to leave. But she remembers that distinctly. He didn't want me having any friends. He was very controlling, yeah. Wouldn't let me out of the house. Yes, he was controlling. I remember running to my parents. They only lived about 5 miles from there, and him followed me and pulled in behind me, and my dad coming out there, and I said, you know, he hit me and did this and that. And Ron left me after my dad and my brother talked to him. And my dad said I had it coming.
After he talked to Ron, he took Ron's side?
Yes.
So he was very convincing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he wasn't afraid to follow you to your dad and your brother's house.
No. No.
Was he afraid of much?
Not really. He had his own way of manipulating people. You know, that he was a good guy that did no wrong. One of my girlfriends, she was at the party. She remembers the day that I met him. And we lived together a couple different times, and she remembered him coming to the house and stuff, stalking me, and she pretty much told him that he needed to be leaving if she was going to call the cops, and he did leave. She didn't like him. I mean, I tried to break up with him a lot. And there was some hold on to it, but it works all the time. I did get some things that we had bought together, some animal clippers, some halters, and I got a place of my own in town, and I was living by myself at the time, and I was at work, and he broke in, he cut the screen in one of the back bedrooms, and found that stuff that we had bought together, and got it. God knows what else he got. And maybe he got in one of my drawers and got my underwear. I don't know for sure, but it's hard to say. Yeah, he cut my screen, and that's when I got scared. My house being broke in. I didn't call the cops. It's like, if he wants it, maybe he'll leave me alone. But then I was with somebody else, you know, watching a movie one evening, and I see something through the curtains, and got out and looked, and it was him peeking in the window. And when I went to the door, he was in his truck, and he had taken off. That's so scary. Yeah. I always make sure that nobody can see in my windows ever again. It took me a long time to get over that. And so when I moved away 30 years ago, when I had my new house up here, which there's no neighbors up here on top of the hill, nobody could see in. I still had a hard time. I don't know if he knew where I lived, but I was hoping he would never ever show up.
Did Ron ever talk about being afraid of heights to you?
No. Never. I got him a job where I worked at. I worked for Lynn Fisher. I got him a job there, and it was for maintenance. And he had to climb up those bins, and you measure feet, you know, when they have to be delivered, you know. He had to climb up those ladders all the time.
And he had no problem doing that?
No, that was part of his job. It's all about one sex. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go to the movies, you know. And then it was going over to Kokomo to the drive-in, to the adult theater. I went there with him a couple times.
So he watched porn?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what he did when I wasn't with him.
Yeah.
And he was probably pursuing somebody else, because I wasn't the only one that he was pursuing. That was part of the problem. He was seeing Jeannie, and he's keeping track on the calendar when he's having sex with her and me. It took me a few weeks to figure that out, what those initials meant. He put initials on the calendar when he had sex with me, and sex with Jeannie. And there was another girl, too, and her name was Phyllis. Yep, there would be P, there would be C, and there would be J. And then there would be, he'd keep track of the animals, too, like when he bred a doe, like a rabbit, or a goat when it might have got bred. Yeah.
Why would he keep track of that?
I don't know. Ego, I guess.
So we've talked about Ron was in the Navy. And that never came up?
Never knew it. That must not have been something he really wanted to talk about. So something may have terrible happened. I don't know.
Did he ever talk about, like, college?
No.
Wow.
No, he worked at E.I. Lilly. I did know that. I think he'd been there, maybe 17 years. And then he lost his job there. He got fired.
That money in my flex. I get that money, I'ma flex. I get that money, I'ma flex.
He had like a cellar that goes up underneath the house, basement, you know, and he was putting new doors on there. And he asked me, we were talking, I was helping him. I don't know if I said something. I said something wrong. The next thing I know, he just hit me over the head with a crescent wrench. I know I took off running, and he was right behind me, and I remember falling. I didn't want him to hit me again, so I fell onto the ground. And I remember crawling, and I made it to my vehicle, and I took off. I don't know what happened. I didn't turn around and look. I just took off and went to the doctor. I had blood running down my face, and I remember I was cheating. I remember cops behind me had the lights on, and I only had to go 2 miles before I was in Delphi, and pulled it to my doctors. And I remember the police officer coming in right behind me, and they shuffled me right into the doctor's office, and they asked if I was all right, and I wound up having 7 clamps put in above my forehead. I didn't see him for a while, but I just knew that he got fired, and I found out why he got fired. Doctor billed that he was in my name. He whited my name out and wrote in Ryan's name and turned it into his insurance at where he worked.
Oh, he was committing fraud.
Yes, he was. There was another incident after that, too. I don't know how soon afterwards, when my daughter and I was at his house and he wouldn't let us leave, and we did make it out of there, and I made it into my car and was leaving, and he picked up a rock and threw it in my windshield. And
your daughter was in the car with you?
Yeah. And why I didn't stop at the police, I'm scared of him. He threatened me. I'll kill you.
You believe him?
Oh, yeah, I believe him. Oh, he just tried to kill me before then with a crescent wrench. He was actually the prosecuting attorney right next door to where my doctor's office was. And I remember him being so mad at me when I went back in there several days later. It could have been several weeks later. I don't remember the time when I wanted to drop the charges and said it didn't happen that way. I remember him being really mad at me. Really mad. I'm not talking about Ron being mad. I'm talking about
the prosecutor.
Just been mad. Just been mad at me. I don't remember him asking me, are you doing this because you're scared of him or not? I just remember wanting to get it done and getting over with and getting out of there.
Do you think Ron ever drugged you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things I don't remember. I mean, your mind has a way of protecting you and things like that. I don't know.
Did he ride his horses or just keep them?
Mainly kept them. We did do some riding together, not much.
And he would travel to buy and sell them?
Yeah. Yeah. I went with him. I went out to Kansas with him. Had to scream in every state. Yeah. After about the 3rd state, I didn't want to do it no more, and I remember him getting mad at me. If it wasn't with me, it was somebody else. He always carried a knife with him, though. I do remember that. Always. No remorse. I don't know why I kept taking him back. Seriously, I don't. That blocked out my mind why I just kept going back for more and more and more. Don't know.
Do you think he got away with murder?
I think he did. I truly do. I think he was in a rage of breaking up with a young girl that was living with him. And that was just 2 months prior. went down the Petersburg cell barn, which is only about 25 miles south of me, at a horse sale, and he was there. And he came up behind me, and I was talking to somebody about a horse, and he was right behind me. I didn't even know he was behind me, and he goes, "You better listen to her. She knows what she's talking about." I turn around and look, and I go, "Oh." It's like, I remember walking away. I did not have a conversation with him. And I went up and set up in the stands because it was getting ready to start the cell. I remember he was down in the cell ring with a bunch of other men and other people. This young girl standing right beside him. I go, I wonder who that is. I mean, I didn't have any idea. I didn't see him with anybody else. I remember when he did leave, because they left early, before the cell was over, I remember getting up and following them out, and they were leaving together. Like, I wonder who that girl was. And I'm pretty sure she was not like 14, 15, not a drivable 4-6 driver cell.
They left together?
Yeah, they left together. Well, listen, they say a 77-year-old man, old man, can't do that kind of stuff, but I mean, I date somebody that's a lot older than me, 79 now. He could whip a couple girls out if he wanted to. And he's not as big as Ron is, you know? And he's a farmer, so. Well, and too, let's say if you're drinking, that gives you a little more fight, doesn't it? Give you a little more nerve. Yeah.
So did you ever see Ron drink?
No.
So he didn't drink the whole time you were together?
No.
And yet he was that violent without alcohol?
Yeah. Could you imagine him drinking and having that? Probably would have killed me.
All right, y'all. So, trigger warning again. We're talking again about. There's Connie again. She was also in the documentary on the CW. She's a very brave and honest and wonderful woman. And that clip was not shown to suggest the guilt or innocence of Ron Logan as it relates to the murders of Abby and Libby. But just to give an idea of the kind of person or persons that law enforcement overlooked. Okay, so trigger warning again. We're going to look at a report from earlier over lunch. I have not watched this video. It might be upsetting.
A close-up picture of Libby German's bloody face as she appeared when she was found dead February 14th, 2017, evoked a collective gasp from those in the courtroom when it unexpectedly showed up.
Okay.
A close-up picture of Libby German's bloody face as she appeared when she was found dead February 14th, 2017, evoked a collective gasp from those in the courtroom when it unexpectedly showed up on the big monitor during Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen's trial. Deputy Prosecutor James Luttrell apologized, explaining he planned to give a warning before publishing that photo. This is Ron Wilkins reporting for the Journal and Courier.
Is DB in here? Where's my dude? Where's my guy? You need to read the Angela Gano update. Okay. New Delphi trial, afternoon, day 3 notes. Per Max Lewis. Testimony continued from State Police crime scene investigator just after 1 p.m. The bullet found after moving the bodies of Abby and Libby was not easy to see. It was found using a blue light that showed a sparkle. Investigators did not take any pictures or video of the bullet in the ground or of it being removed. The bullet was point down and depressed into the ground. investigators did not collect branches that were on the bodies for any testing. They said they've never gotten DNA off of the branches. They found no noticeable shoe impressions in the area. This investigator was not aware of a rape kit being done on either victim. Added they've never measured the depth of the nearby creek to determine how easy it would have been to cross. Sorry, y'all. It's really upsetting to read that. I don't have any words. So this investigator that they're interviewing is a crime scene investigator. I am not going to get too attached to this claim. I mean, I imagine that this is Rosie questioning him, I think. I doubt Rosie would ask about a rape kit specifically if they had indication that a rape kit had been done. However, we don't know because I'm not entirely convinced this investigator would know that information for sure. That would probably be something that would be done at the pathologist. Right, he would have to be aware. Yeah, I don't know, Fiend. I'm just like thinking about. What kind of pathologist wouldn't do a rape kit though? Is that not, maybe that's not a pathologist's job? No, you don't have sane examinations on deceased victims, do you? So why, what kind of a pathologist wouldn't do a rape kit on 2 deceased teenage girls when both of them, there was evidence that both of them were at one point undressed? I'm legitimately like wondering. I don't have I'm not assuming or right. So Nick says that their theory is that they tried to assay them and it, yeah, Cindy or Christine, I agree with you. So if it was sexually motivated, but he got interrupted according to the state's theory, yeah, right, big fish, right? There's no textbook answer. Except, yeah, I don't know. I hope the jury has questions because I sure do. I'm sorry, Christine. Yeah, I know it's there. I didn't expect to learn that. I think this is going to be a shitty month, everybody, in terms of like as bad as we've assumed everything was. I just, does anybody know what the protocol is? Pathologists don't do rape kits. Pathologists look at tissue samples. So, okay, so the medical examiner, like, does anyone know who would be responsible, generally speaking, when victims are, especially child victims, but who is responsible for conducting rape kits on deceased victims when there's very clear indications that there may have been sexual contact of some kind? That's what I'm wondering. And how are there no shoe impressions? There's no footprints in the area? Did he levitate? Coroner or medical examiner? Well, the coroner, if it's up to the coroner, we're fucked. He's not going to do it. Medical examiner. Why does it feel like anyone in this chat would be more qualified to lead an investigation than law enforcement in Delphi? Yeah, so Captain Dr. NB makes a good point. Pathologists might not do that specific test, though. Well, we could just look it up. Who conducts rape kits on murder victims? It says they're done a lot of times during autopsies, but so this is the medical examiner often is the one that does it, although it's not just for forensic pathologist or medical examiner. I guess they both thought that the other one was going to handle it. Medical examiner and pathologist should have, yeah, so they would swab for, and it's not just a rape kit, they would do all kinds of swabs. They would do like a swab of every part of the body, everything, collect samples of everything. And it's just kind of baffling to me. Speculating, Fiend says. Law enforcement, I have to request it. They drive the boat. So right, so it's not a forensic pathologist. So who does an autopsy then? Medical examiner? Yeah. So Dr. Roland Kaur. Let's see. I'm sorry though, y'all, that threw me off. Forensic pathologist. So Dr. Roland Kaur is a forensic pathologist, and he does all the autopsies. So then who? I understand that law enforcement often has to be the ones to like make the requests, but like they don't know what to do 90% of the time. Yeah, they swab the entire body. Not to be graphic, but they swab everything, everywhere, for any trace evidence, DNA, hairs, fibers. Even sometimes I talk to a former, what is it called? I don't know. Specialist in crime scene tech who lifts fingerprints. I don't know how to say it. A really good fingerprint, like crime scene investigator, can lift a fingerprint off of just about any surface if they're really good. If there are fingerprints there, you can get a fingerprint off of tree bark. You can get a fingerprint off of a forehead. You can get a fingerprint off of a cell phone. You can get a fingerprint off of a lot of things if there is a print left and you know what you're doing. A really good one a lot of times can do that. I don't know if they tried. Are they using a legal instead of medical term for pathologists? It could, yeah, possible. I have to go back and look. I just know Dr. Kaur. It's been around like forever. Let's see. Yeah. So this is not related to these homicides, but this is just like an example of, so this is from 2021. Dr. Kaur's testimony narrows likely window of death. The question of exactly when a Greencastle woman died late in January 2020 became a bit clearer. Forensic pathologist Dr. Roland Kaur. Kaur told the jury in Putnam of findings of his autopsy on 44-year-old Melissa Atkinson, who Gonzalez is accused of killing at her home. Upon questioning by Putnam County prosecutor, Kaur testified Atkinson had suffered both gunshot wound and blunt force trauma. The bleeding in one of her kidneys would have killed her if her severe head injuries had not done so first. Seemed to be establishing a timeline for her death. Kaur's testimony backed up this observation as he indicated that she could not have been conscious and speaking as she was in the video, considering the extent of injuries to her brain and skull. I am very interested in Dr. Kaur's testimony about the girls. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Ems. Sorry, y'all, let me catch back up. Yeah, this would explain their interrupted theory that came out of nowhere to justify why they didn't process a rape kit. That's a really scary good point, Keith. I mean, they would have known that this would come out. Good. Yeah. They left the girls uncovered for several hours and then didn't bother to do a sexual assault exams. Fuming. Can a good fingerprint specialist pull his fingerprint off of a stick that wasn't collected? I don't know. I don't think so. Probably not. This is my hope that maybe this person that Rosie was questioning, this crime scene investigator, doesn't know. But why would Rosie ask him if a rape kit was ever done if a rape kit was ever done, right? Again, we know that you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. Hey, Kira. Oh, I'm sorry, I just closed it. This is just another case. If anyone's interested in like Dr. Kaur, this is just an example of like he will, you know, he testifies. He's retired now, but he's been testifying in homicide cases forever, ever. He's done a million child autopsies and adult autopsies, and we haven't seen his report yet. So honestly, I'm hoping that they did one, just for my own sense of sanity. Yeah. This is really the worst investigation ever. Anybody who has watched one episode of CSI, well, you know, Chelsea, they're right. They've been telling us the truth all along. This ain't CSI. This ain't a CSI episode. You can't just expect for this to be a CSI episode. No, because on CSI episodes, they actually know what they're doing a lot of the times. That's based on real practices. I hope one was done. They are stating that there was no essay. Yeah, they were saying that from the beginning. Honestly, I expected everything to be worse than it should be, but this is a joke. So there was actually Kelsey once tweeted about how, like, they don't know for sure if the girls were essayed, but she's like, I don't know, but I would assume so, or something like that. And I always found that to be really strange because I don't know. Yeah, it's only day 3. This is really bad. This is a lot worse than I thought it was going to be. Honestly, this is like way worse than I thought. I don't know how that's possible. It's way worse than I thought. Why would they take this to trial? I'm like getting hives. Yeah. The bullet is looking stupider and stupider and more RL than ever. Did they do complete autopsies? I don't know. All of the secrecy, this is what they've been hiding. Well, we've been saying it for months. No, I mean, we've speculated for a long time that the cover-up is not necessarily some like sex cult, you know, Mason, whatever. I mean, who knows? But I believe the cover-up is as simple as these guys fucked everything up from the very beginning at every turn. They fucked up every single thing that they could possibly fuck up. And they didn't want that to come out. Yeah, but listen, we got a nice drone video from 2024. I mean, fuck testing anything from the actual crime scene. We're going to wait 17 days. Being naked is essay, in my opinion, but I don't know if professionals do. Yeah. Yeah. You got 2 underage victims, 2 underage girls who were brutally murdered with knives. Both of them have been undressed at some point. That's a sexually motive. You need to rule that in or out immediately. And all signs are pointing to whatever, man. I can't even think about the possibility that they didn't do a SANE exam, a rape kit. Right. Kay says, I don't think it was as much of a botched investigation as a lack of investigating, which was deliberate and intentional. Accidentally on purpose, you don't have to investigate what you already know. Keith says it's a bunch of yellow belly cops who are used to sitting around handing out traffic tickets all day and locking up a few certain people for weed who happen to drive through their town. Are they intentional or incompetence? I don't know. I've seen far worse fucked up investigations. Hey, Charles, good to hear from you. Hey, Adrian, irreversible fuck-ups. I wonder how much Nick knew about this when they were drafting the PCA and arresting Rick. I think Nick has been given... I think that the truth has trickled out for our prosecutor here. And I think he's gotten more and more fucking corrupt and desperate as it's gone on. If I was a member of the girl's family, I would be absolutely pissed. I can't even... They're never going to know. A killer could have used nudity to keep the girls from running away. 1,000%. Shane, thank you for saying this. A lot of times nudity is a mechanism of control, especially for young girls. Although 14 and 13, I'm not sure if that would stop. I don't know, but certainly, yeah. A lot of young victims who are abducted, that's definitely a mechanism for controlling them, because that like inherent kind of like shame keeps them from running away. What the fuck? Right. Yeah, I agree, Charles. Will the Patty family stand behind law enforcement? I don't know. Hey, DB. Control tactic, for sure. Feels nefarious. Hey, Angela, says Charles. Sleuthy's tweeting in all caps. Fuck. Sorry for the clicking. How is this possible? Charles, we're hearing. Actually, let me reread this thread since we had a couple new people come in. And this is why, like, I really am glad for the community that we have here in the chat, because I know that not everybody here shares one theory or another about the crime or even about Rick's guilt or innocence. Like, all we ask is that people are respectful and have an open mind. But one thing I'm certain of is that, yeah, DB says, I think Nick has been taking people's words for it. I agree. And that doesn't absolve him. As the prosecutor, he has a duty and responsibility to ensure that the words are backed up with evidence. But I think everyone probably feels pretty betrayed. But I know that everyone here wants justice for the girls, and this is just objectively unacceptable. I wouldn't get too caught up on the terminology, right? The definitions of the two. It's possible for a pathologist to be a medical examiner. Yeah. And I don't know how they do things or label things in Indiana. The smartest and most obvious thing Robert Ives did for himself was retire. I agree. I agree. I'm going to suggest that the medical examiner did do one, says Bill. Bill, I really do hope that you're right. It still looks bad that the investigators answered that they don't know. Adrian says at that age it would work to control me. Yeah. I'm thinking, I don't know, like, I don't know how I'd react. I think that it would definitely be, yeah, I could see it. I could see it being a deterrent for sure. If the FBI was there, did they do their own processing? Would the state investigators know or testify what the FBI did as well? I don't know. Was the Erskine text ever verified? Because his text says no essay. There were a couple things in those texts that could have just been kind of like rumor or hearsay, because we know now that he wasn't the first to find the bodies. Not to say he didn't come upon them or that he didn't see them, but we know that he wasn't the first. So it could have been misremembering. It could have been embellishment. It could have been, bad info that he got. I'm not really sure, but he did say that they knew early on that there was no essay, which is weird because that would have been really soon after. Hey, Brian. Yeah, more came out. I'm about to read it. If you're just tuning in, our most recent update from Angela Ganote, and I want to give everyone a trigger warning. This does talk about children, violence committed against children, and possible SA. New Delphi trial afternoon, day 3 notes per Max Lewis, who was in Max Lewis, by the way, if y'all are not following him, I really like Max. I really do like his reporting. I haven't been following him very closely for Delphi because I kind of just forgot about him. I don't think I even follow him. I don't. Now I do. Sorry, Max. But his reporting's been pretty thorough. And a while ago, my mom vibes go read odd mention of Ron Logan. I think regardless of his involvement, he was just a very dangerous dude, unfortunately. Max Lewis is good. Y'all should follow him. I think I just linked him. Yeah, I did. If you want updates, his are pretty good. He actually provided me. I asked him for a press release that the prosecutor sent out early on after the arrest of Rick. I couldn't find it anywhere, and he linked it to me right away and was very helpful. And so, I mean, there are good reporters out there. He described Abby pretty accurately. Yeah, I like Max. All right, so I'm going to read this. It's Angela Ganote per Max Lewis's notes. Testimony continued from state police crime scene investigators just after 1 p.m. The bullet found after moving the So the bullet was found after moving the bodies. Okay, I'll pull up Fiend's tweet in a second, DB. The bullet was found using blue light that showed a sparkle. Investigators did not take any pictures or video of the bullet in the ground or of it being removed. It was pointed
what's a
down.
blue light?
Isn't that an a something, the acronym that you and Dougie and everyone just gave? Like I don't know, something you like to help see things you can't see with the naked eye. Do you know? Can you explain it?
Well, usually it's called just a blue light, not a UV light, if that's what you're talking about.
I have no idea. I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing this term. ALS is what they called it.
An ALS light?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's basically what you use with luminol.
Okay.
So let's think about this.
Okay. Yeah.
ALS is just alternative light source. So when you use this with luminol, it lights up bodily fluids. Is there an echo?
I don't hear
Someone
one.
said echo, so now I'm all self-conscious. So
You sound good to me.
thank you. So they spray luminol on the crime scene. They move the bodies. Or no, they move the bodies, right? And then they spray luminol on the crime scene. And then they see the bullet. What does luminol light up? They said it sparkled. DNA. So it lights up with bodily fluids, such as saliva, blood,
Mm-hmm.
skin cells,
Mm-hmm.
etc. So why was it sparkling? Did you
I wonder
test
if
it?
Right. Could it have
Did you
been under
test it for
them?
that stuff? Huh?
Well, so it said that they found it after they moved the girl. So if it was underneath them, it could have had blood on it.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it was underneath them. I see.
Well, it doesn't say underneath them. It just says after they moved them.
Right. That's a very convenient way to say that you missed the fucking bullet.
Yeah.
Okay. And two, they say 2 feet away from the girls.
Yeah.
In some of the other filings. Now,
Didn't they say
I
between
think-
them too?
yes, exactly. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Luminol
yeah, you're
destroyed
right.
the blood samples. Blue Star is a better choice. Okay. Now, what were you doing? How did you pick up? Let's say that it's let's say the bullet is under the girls.
Hmm.
How did you pick up the girls?
Right.
How did you transport the bodies?
Right.
Did you roll them on their sides and then put a stretcher down? How hard did you set it down? Did the metal hit the bullet? Did you use a shovel and not see it? Did you press down? I mean, what did you do around this bullet that could have caused some type of indentation on it?
Wow.
Because if it's pointed down into the ground and pressed in, they didn't see it until Jamie says the bullet was found between them. We even know the measurements between each girl via some doc we read. No, you don't. Unless you, well, what doc? Sorry, I'm being a little aggressive.
Okay.
Because
you're worked up about this. This is your topic.
There's been no exact measurement. There's been no confirmation of where the bullet was found. And even today, they said very, very, there's a reason Angela Gano is saying it like this. It's probably because the way they communicated it, the state wanted to make it seem like they didn't know where the bullet was on the scene until they've removed parts of the scene. Because then if there happened to be some type of issue with a mark on the bullet that came from a tool other than the firearm, aka some equipment that they used there, they can say, oh, we don't know. But we don't know that we hit the bullet with a fucking shovel. Yeah, and just pick up some random sticks. Yeah. Well, guess what? The sticks were touching the girls, and they didn't get there on accident. So it's likely that the killer put them there, meaning the killer touched them. Luminol will also show spit, EF, urine. Wonder what those two fluids are used for. I know some don't think it was ritual, but to me, it screams to me. I don't give a fuck what it was. I don't give a fuck because I don't. People are like, well, okay, so you don't think it's Rick Allen, and you think Brad Holder's is a whole conspiracy? No, I don't think it was Rick Allen. That's where that ends. There's a lack of there is reasonable doubt with Rick Allen. I don't give a fuck who else. They don't have to solve the case.
Right.
The defense doesn't have to solve the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The killer touched him, period. What the fuck is wrong with him? It's like yesterday I was watching a channel. They would probably be considered maybe more opposite of this channel. And I will say this person was being very neutral, and they said that the issue they have with the state is that the investigation missed some important little details, like testing the hair. And I was, well, I appreciate that.
Important,
you
some important little details.
You kind of coming halfway to us here, but even though the bulb on the hair may be little, I do think it is important.
Oh, he just meant little, like DNA is small.
No, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Small in size.
People said, why would you test the hair if you knew the killer was male? Have you read the fucking Lisk bail application? Because in the Lisk case, it was his wife's hair that they found in the crime scene. He lives with his wife. Therefore, it is evidence of a crime. But they thought that they already knew they were related. Guess what? It's the smallest town. Related means something a little bit differently depending on the size of the town you live in. People are fifth and fourth cousins, sixth cousins. The town may not consider them family, but, and take with that what you will, but, you know, people could still be related and have the same mitochondrial DNA side. Yeah, Shane, exactly. It's one of the most frustrating parts of this case. Oh, I do remember the bullets in that trial. Yeah, I gotta see more. This is just the issue with all this, guys, at the end of the day, is that the state has so much power and the ability to convince people, because their baseline of all citizens in this country that are not involved and listening to all of these cases and these issues is that the state is inherently credible. And to defeat that is a hill very difficult to climb. And you just work your way out. But Rick Allen is an indigent defendant. Look at his eyes. That's all it fucking takes in the media to make this man look guilty. And the power of the state churns over him. And it doesn't matter some of these little details. I'm still very optimistic, more optimistic than I was at the beginning of this trial because of the juror question. That's it. That's the one thing that I'm extremely optimistic about. Is that juror question sounded like a motherfucker that joined Reddit 2 years ago and said, "Wait, what?
Which one?
Wait, did Mullen just was that 9 minutes?"
Yeah, the speed. Yeah.
But with the power of the state bearing down, it will turn his bones into bone meal. They will destroy his credibility, attack him. They've done it for freaking 2 years, and he's got to overcome that. And it's ridiculous. And I got to say, when they said that he looked he was participating during jury selection, I mean, could you fucking imagine 2 years? 2 years. These dudes smashing your fucking shit, taking your shit, telling you, throwing your fucking tray into your isolation cell, banging on the doors 24/7. And you see somebody with a pattern on their shirt that looks interesting, you're probably overwhelmed, and this guy's over there talking to his attorneys, and people are like, oh my God, look, he's trying to control his attorneys. He's probably thinking, I got a shot at this. Look at these fucking people. And if you ever listen to people who are found that are acquitted in cases like this, they will say that jury selection had a profound impact on their life because they stare at these people and they try to make a connection with them as a human. Could you imagine trying to be Rick Allen and trying to make a connection with a fucking normal citizen after what these people have done to you? Like what the state has done to you and what the people have said about you, and you're going to try to look at another person in the eyes or look in their direction and maybe smile to see if they smile back, to see if they're even remotely not disgusted by you looking at them. Like, the dude is, and it's probably like he's probably thinking in his mind, yeah, I've been looking at these documents for 2 fucking years, and now they're seeing the same shit, but it's gonna get spun and by the media already, just like that fiend shit I was showing you, already doing a thing where they're like, oh, I didn't think he was conspiring to fucking do anything. It doesn't have to be conspiracy. Fiend said to Angela Gano. Angela says, Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Darren, can you do that one for me? Giancola, the first deputy to arrive at the scene, and Sergeant Jason Page, a crime scene investigator with the Indiana State Police. Fiend says, so you said you were told there was DNA that was found, and Russ said that he was told it was DNA from a state trooper. Was that state trooper Jason Page? Angela Gano says, I was never told there was DNA from law enforcement. You would have to ask Russ. Well, Russ did say that, and he didn't fucking say anything else. When the sheriff was on live with me, no one would have known whose DNA it was because there was no way it could have been tested yet. Huh? It's called a follow-up story, Angela. Reach back out. Hey, did you test the DNA yet? You said that you had. I was simply told yes when I was asked. There was DNA. He would not specify. Oh, he wouldn't? So it ends there? Oh, the government said that they wouldn't tell you something, so just give up. Just give up, How's that for the girls? You didn't reach back out? That's fucking appalling. He would not specify, and then would not talk about it again. He could have been talking about blood, for example. Yeah, but you wouldn't know, would you?
Judge Jessica said, did we already talk about Wish TV reporting that glitter was found at the scene? I didn't see that. Let me find.
Thank you for sharing that, Biggie. I can't imagine. I can't even fucking imagine.
Okay, so day 3. Wish TV has been doing pretty decent blog coverage, I guess I'll call it. I'll link it. I haven't read this yet, so I don't know how detailed it is, but this is the link.
Now I hate the sketches again.
This is
I'm
an
pissed
old
off, and
one.
these happy little fucking sketches piss me off now.
That's okay.
Oh,
That's
it's so kind. It's so
little
polite.
Charlie
Look at
Brown.
the cute little Charlie Brown
You don't
things.
like the
Everything's
Charlie Brown
fine in
sketches?
here. You're killing a man, and you
Yeah.
almost fucking did it anyways. Wish TV.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen, you child. How many times you played that clip? You would probably wish you could have made that your fucking title, one of your articles. But no, you just had JLR scream it on fucking loop. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You're fine. So I'm going to read. I'll start at, I guess, the beginning. They do this like backwards. So according to News 8, people were camped outside. Courthouse doors open at 8. Rick Allen entered the courtroom. His stepdad, mom, sister, and wife were all in the gallery. All members of Libby and Abby's families were in attendance. All of them, DB. You hear that? More than 10? I don't know.
Interesting.
The state's first witness was Deputy Darren Giancola, who served as a deputy since 2011. He told the jury he was off. Okay, so we read that part. Giancola began looking for the girls at midnight. He couldn't see much in the woods, even using a flashlight. He noted to the jury he saw a disturbance near the end of the high bridge where bare ground could be seen. He pointed out to a nearby firefighter, but eventually ended his search at 2 a.m. State prosecutor asked, at the point you ended the search at 2 a.m., were you investigating a murder? No, he said. So they're defending their investigation. Are you trying to defend your investigation? Are you trying to prosecute your defendant? Anyway.
Sir, the kidnapping, the FBI's case file starts with a kidnapping identifier. Yeah. So the FBI thought it was a kidnapping. And guess what? They also have a murder statute and a murder identifier. So that means the FBI was already on top of it in the first fucking 24 hours before the girls were even found because they had a kidnapping identifier. So they knew there was a kidnapping. And this gentleman here just thought everything was fucking chill.
Yeah. He later sent to an address to ask questions about the girls and received a call from a person named Liggett to go to the Morning Heights Cemetery.
What the fuck is that?
Somebody had found something, possibly bodies, near the creek. After arriving at the creek, he was shown... All of this is very weird. After arriving at the creek, he was shown Libby's tie-dye shirt, and she was found in the creek. Someone then informed him the girls' bodies were behind him. He said he could not see the bodies when walking to the creek, but saw something white. Yeah, he later said that those were the bodies of Abby and Libby. Is Courtney in the chat?
Yes, she is.
Okay, just wondering. Giancola said he recognized them based on pictures and described the states of the bodies. He did not perform life-saving measures. It was apparent they were deceased. How do you know? How does he know that? I guess he must know that. He then called officers to close off the area and make sure no one came around. He stayed at the scene the remainder of February 14th and did not leave until sunrise on the 15th. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin began cross-examination, asking questions about his search timeline, the area where the girls were found, and to better explain what the bodies looked like. He was also asked what kind of gun he was carrying, which was a Glock 17 9mm. The gun type was mentioned by the defense to establish groundwork for future arguments. 1227. Jury views crime scene photos. The state's second witness was Indiana State Police Sergeant Jason Page, a law enforcement officer of 24 years, and a crime scene investigator for 16 years. Page secured and photographed the scene. He described the area behind the tape as about the size of a football field, but focused on the area where Abby and Libby were found, or ground zero. Of the 45 state exhibits shown to the jury during his testimony, 42 were crime scene photos, which included several images of Abby and Libby's bodies, as well as other evidence at the scene. Family members of both girls and Richard Allen were emotional. Much of the courtroom struggled watching, according to News 8's Kyla Russell. Libby's mother cried, Libby's younger sister looking away from the exhibits most of the time. Libby's grandparents held hands as the photos were shown. Libby's sisters are younger than her. Upon seeing a close-up image of the girls, Richard Allen's mother began to cry. Following crime scene photos and brief comments on the crime scene photos from Page, the court dismissed for lunch. Okay. 1245. Defense attorney Brad Rosie resumed questioning of ISP Sergeant Jason Page. Page said it was not his job to determine the girls' times of death when asked an opinion about when that may have happened. Do you know if a rape test kit was given? Rosie asked. I would assume. I wasn't there. That's a little bit different reporting than we saw.
Wait, what?
Rosie said, do you know if a rape test kit was given? And he said, I would assume. I wasn't there. I don't know. So Rosie next asked about the sticks placed over the bodies. Paige said he's seen other death investigations where bodies had sticks over them. He said in Delphi, a human appeared to have placed the sticks over the girls' bodies. Rosie also asked about the depth of Deer Creek, the size of the footprints found, and the blood area around where the bodies were found, and about information on the hair found in Abby's hand. Paige responded, "You're asking questions out of my knowledge."
Well, speaking of out of your knowledge, Paige said he's seen other death investigations where bodies had sticks placed over them.
I thought there were no other crime scenes like this, though.
What is this fucking season 1 True Detective, bro?
Yeah, Kat just asked the same question as you do. She said, "Wait."
That has to be a fucking misprint.
I don't know, because this is reading a little differently than what Angela reported. So, Paige later explained his job. He was the 14th He was the 14th law enforcement officer to arrive at the crime scene. Oh
my God.
13 law enforcement officers were at that scene before one CSI crime scene photographer arrived.
The scene is 30 square foot. It ain't gonna fit fucking 13 people.
Why? Everybody wanted to see it.
Yes, exactly. Everybody wanted to be involved because it's going to be the biggest case of their career. Fucking Jerry Holmes came from a county over just to see what's going on. Hey, happen around any of you guys need any help with anything? Bullshit. You shouldn't have 13 fucking detectives on a crime scene. First,
so many fucking people.
Officers.
They're not even on. Yeah, they're just officers. Oh, prosecutors called Indiana State Police Sergeant Dwayne Dotsman the crime scene technician. He's now retired, but he was a CSI at the Delphi Murders crime scene. He has at least 20 years as a CSI. He talked about more than a dozen photos of the scene. He talked about where the blood was found on and near the girls. He also noted glitter was found on leaves on the ground.
Okay, so are there even 13 employees of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Law enforcement officers?
No, but we've got Delphi, we've got Carroll County, you've got ISP, you've got DNR. They consider all of them, you know.
But even then.
So this is a good question. So Precocent, they said that the area that they roped off, that they secured was about the size of a football field, but the area that they called ground zero was 30 square feet around the victims. So what, did you secure the whole area or did you just secure the 30 feet? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? So you're just letting you're letting 13 officers trample all over the crime scene, the football field area, but then you're just going to keep the 30 square foot area. Like, huh? Why is there glitter there, DB? Why is there glitter there? Why is there glitter on the leaves, DB?
I don't know. I would imagine that maybe like just total face value that this is maybe a stupid theory. I've thought about it for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Is that maybe one of the girls had glitter makeup and it broke in the struggle? Like in their pocket or something?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't fucking know. But
they would know, but there was
they're not very descriptive with what does that glitter mean? Like, is it very thick?
Is it just a piece of glitter that could have come off of like what kind of, what do you mean glitter? Can you be specific? Was it a lot of glitter? What kind of glitter? Was it craft glitter? Was it eyeshadow glitter? What kind of glitter? Did their attacker come from a rave? I don't know. A strip club? Can we all know for a second that glitter gets everywhere? Who the hell had glitter on them after the crime?
Exactly. Or, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, why didn't they secure the entire area? Okay.
Put a few detectives there and a CSI guy. Then go work the case. You don't need 14 people on fucking scene.
You're going to love this. He said he did not disturb the cartridge. He also said that the sticks on the bodies were of no evidentiary value. They didn't have blood on them.
Then why'd you spray the scene with luminol?
They were later placed in evidence storage at the state police post in Lafayette. None of Alan's DNA was found at the scene. None? Why are we here? Why are we here? That's what I was wondering, Sleepy. Like, could it have been glitter that came off of clothing?
I love it. Says Datsman also revealed. Motherfucker, the PCA revealed it.
Right.
We didn't need your fucking
stupid
resuscitation of the fact that there's nothing.
Jeez. I've got a lot of questions.
Oh, this is a good point. I like this point.
What is
The
it?
5 words. Doug Carter is a joke. A fucking joke, dude. For one, Doug Carter, you should have never fucking been there, bro. You should have been in your office, being an administrator and being the superintendent of the ISP. You're not a detective. You've never been a homicide detective. Period. He's never been a homicide detective. He went straight to administration supervision when he was worked at the sheriff's department. He should have never been out there, because what starts happening when the fucking superintendent is trouncing onto your crime scene is that you're going to tell him no. And if that's the culture that they have there, that higher ups can just do whatever the fuck they want, and you're not going to take control of the crime scene, if fucking Doug Carter does it, I mean, dude, that's pathetic.
I'm having like this physiological response to this. I mean, it's just confusing. Like the reporting's really fucking confusing. Or like, can you imagine what would have happened if Reddit got hold of a glitter rumor years ago? Can you imagine?
Oh, it would have been the open source Reddit Bureau of Investigation glitter chemistry police, probably.
Brutally honest, do we hear anything about time of death yet? No. It sounds like they're starting to probe for that though. Yeah, I can't wait to hear Andrea. Glitter. That's bothering me because I don't know, like,
It's just not it could mean a million
could
different
mean
things.
anything.
Like,
Yeah, I'm trying not to get too hung up on it, but it's odd. And that's what, remember, but like now think about like every stripper would have been brought in for questioning. Well, it became known to law enforcement to make the sticks go from not evidentiary to evidentiary. Yeah, and it would have happened around March 3rd, all eyes. And that's around the time the FBI was coming in to kind of clean up the mess.
I like the All Eyes rebrand.
So on the 3rd, the what?
The All Eyes rebrand.
Oh, that's cute. I didn't even notice. I like it. We're getting a little girl power.
Get closer.
We're getting girl power. I don't know. So March 3rd is the day. I mean, the only thing I can think of that happened on March 3rd is Ron Logan's ex, Connie, was interviewed by the FBI. What else happened on the 3rd? I can't think of anything that happened on the 3rd, but who knows? I don't know. But so wait, they go back to get the sticks on the 3rd, but they don't search the owner's property until the 6th. Is that for me, Charles? Oh, I don't.
No, Charles, that's good. We like that because we like to dunk on the goofballs. And if you can, like, if you're in the chat, we know you. You know what I mean? And like you can act like a goofball, and that helps us all kind of get our
goofball,
like see where the corners are together of what we're saying, you know, because a lot of times we're gonna see a really stupid fucking point made out there in the wild, and we like to have our thoughts aligned on it.
When was they didn't search his home until this. When did he go into I know that I have a let me find, where's that timeline I showed? Here it is. I feel like there's something on there about anyone know if Andrew's going live?
Yeah, they said so. Some people said so.
Okay.
March 1st was Turco's report. Holder cleared. Oh, now the holder's clear. We can go back and get the sticks.
Jesus Christ. This is the only thing I've got for. So they detained him on the 3rd for questioning. They interviewed him, I think. We don't think you're a dick, Charles. You've grown on me. You're fine. Glitter is used in black magic. Yeah, I think we all agree with this. March 3rd, they checked Ron's property. Okay, so they get the sticks on the 3rd. Yeah, I don't know. That's just... Maybe someone was like, I thought you grabbed him. I thought you grabbed him. I don't know. This is crazy.
What is this, the fat, bald fucking dudes? Where's my fucking car? Like, you stupid oh my god. Get this sticks.
I don't do that. I don't know how to do that. I don't do that. Why didn't they get the
But the dude
sticks?
has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
I needed that just for a sec. My bad.
Yeah, so the bullet was point down, depressed into the ground, almost like it was intentionally put there.
Yeah, or it hit the ground.
When?
And when somebody was walking.
They pushed it into the ground.
Yeah, but like the bullet is not heavy enough to just pierce the fucking ground in February.
Yeah, this is a great point, Yellow. Yeah, right. Did they do rape kit or not?
Is that fucking hard of a question? That seems like kind of a binary answer.
He said, I don't know. I wasn't there. But you're the crime
Motherfucker,
scene.
what? There's 5 people in your agency.
But there's
You would
14
know.
people at the crime scene. Were they working on art the night before? They were doing art. Weren't they doing arts and crafts or painting or art supplies? Didn't we hear that from somebody? From Anna, maybe?
Yeah, and they had pancakes too with bananas in them.
No, but there was... Yeah, the pathologist would do a rape kit, right? They had to have. Why would he ask that question, though? You know? Why would he ask that question if the answer was going to be yes?
The pathologist would. Yeah.
Right. So why would they even ask a CSI tech about that?
No, they asked a gynecologist.
No, they asked the ISP guy.
Okay, fine.
Fine. If the then this, I don't know what that says. If the bullet were legit found by Ellie during or after initial search, there would be pictures. That bullet will never be trustworthy.
The bullet's getting in.
Right, I'm sure. The pathologist would, but does the detective have to request it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe because like if it's a situation where there's no way, there's no signs that it would be an SA, like would they still do a no? But you would think with this situation it would be kind of obvious to do one.
According to Becky Patty, the girls painted a sign with the word chocolate, but it was spelled wrong.
Well, been there, dude. That's why I can
But why do
identify
they
with
have
that.
glitter? I just want to know. I want more detail. What's that mean? I
Okay,
thought
I
we were
gotta
gonna.
go scream into the void for a little bit.
Okay, bye, DP.
Okay, bye.
This is so confusing. What's this? God, I don't care. I don't care about that. Of course they performed a rape kit. That question was simply outside the purview of the investigator. That's why the defense asks questions they know the witness is not qualified to answer. It leads to reactions like this. People are so weird. Nick McClellan said, oops, Nick McClellan said the essay attempt was unsuccessful. Not sure how he'd know unless the kit was done. Yeah, glitter on the leaves is only worthy of one. Did you know Latrell is the one that did this, DB? That Latrell pushed a wrong button and accidentally showed a close-up image of Libby's face without warning anybody? Jesus Christ. This fucking case, dude. So, in regards to physical evidence that Bridge Guy may have left behind, what do we think that could be? Keep in mind, law enforcement hints it's not what we'd expect it to be, but we can still try thinking outside the box and toss some ideas around. Just some ideas that come to my mind. Murder weapon, clothes, notes or writing of some kind, bindings, mail or some kind of printed item that could be traced, tools for evidence destruction like bleach or acid, a watch, keys, a key card, a work badge, pictures or pornographic materials, animal hair, gloves, hunting gear. Just spitballing. Throw out your ideas. What did he leave behind? Glitter? I hate this case so much. It's an odd guess. I fucking hate this case. Why did this... Thank you, Bean. Just spitballing here. Walter White. I don't know, Luke. I think of the 299 people in here, someone might... I don't know, maybe someone will sleuth that. Who knows? I would do it, but I'm busy. I need to go with the corpus along with the Black 69 or whatever it is. I think they might be out for the day, but I'm not sure. Ems, my girl. I have to reinstall Reddit. Here, don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. Rod Holt, does anyone know if they can identify the fingerprints that could unlock the phone and if the phone data would or could show if it was unlocked? Yes. That is, I believe, what the knowledge C technology that I'm not going to say anything more about because I have no fucking clue. But yes, there are pretty definitive ways to determine all of this. And that's, I believe, some of what the defense, the state is trying to keep out, I think. Can you Discord that, Ems, for me? Because I can't click on. Oh, wait, you already did. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. Oh, wait, yes, you did. Oh, my God, look at your cat. I love it. Oh, my God. Here it is. Glitter connection to forensics. Fine. That's funny. I don't like that. Hi, y'all. Today sucks. Y'all are so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. Speaking of, so we're talking about fingerprints. I'm just going to play this for anyone who's not seen it. It's 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Everyone who has seen it a million times. It's fine. It's short.
We were best friends. They were more like sisters than friends. Abby didn't have a phone. Only Libby had a phone, but she had set Abby's fingerprint to be able to use Libby's phone.
Bullshit.
So what do you think is important about that clip?
So that statement about they were so close that Abby's fingerprint unlocked Libby's phone, to me sounds like trying to get ahead of a problem. The state, because that came from the state's opening statement.
Yeah.
Because
what is the problem they're trying to get ahead of?
The problem is that Libby's phone was accessed and unlocked. I just feel like that's a very odd thing. It's just a very odd thing to put in an opening statement because you're trying to imprint. I mean, I'm going to use his word. You're trying to imprint that onto the jury. You're trying to condition the jury to like think about to remember that. But like, why not just give her the passcode? Why would they need her? It just, to me, it seems like they can't account for or they can't explain away something to do with how Libby's phone was unlocked. And I don't know. Just for them to put that in an opening statement, it's like putting a sweatshirt in the wash to explain how a hair got on the finger. It just, to me, it feels like they're just getting ahead of a problem. That's all. It's just weird. I think that they're gearing up
to do a gaslight.
Because why would you put that in? You've got 13 minutes for an opening statement and you find it important or necessary to include that, oh, by the way, we're trying to suppress all of the cell phone data. We're also trying to discredit the defense's claim about the phone being accessed in the middle of the night or in the early morning. And Nick, the prosecutor, decides to open his case, his 13-minute opening. He's going to talk about unlocking a phone. It doesn't make any sense. I don't even have a theory of the crime anymore. I really don't. Like, I have no theory of the crime. I just know that Rick didn't do it. That's all I know. But that, when Andrea like read that off of, because she read that verbatim from her notes from Nick's opening statement, as soon as she said that, it was like, just like red flags. That's getting ahead of something, and that's a lie. How would they know that? How would they know that? Does Libby go around telling people that Abby's finger unlocks her phone? Or would they know that because somebody used Abby's finger to unlock Libby's phone? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. That's my spiel.
Yeah, because you could see that like fingerprint 2 unlock the phone and knowledge C, probably.
Something like that.
Probably.
I'm concerned. They need, yeah, that has to work for something else to work for their theory. And remember, Andy said something about like, he said, pay attention to the state's case and what they're telling you today, because they're going to have to change it multiple times in order for it to still read true throughout the evidence that we present. I got so many questions, y'all. Oh, look at the babies behind me. Hi, baby. Right. Yeah. I mean, there's something to that, though, for sure. Like, there's definitely something to that. 4:33 a.m. is when the phone was accessed. Turned back on. It's very odd. It's very, very odd. Okay, so I'm going to take Boone out really quick. I'm going to play something in the background while I do. I'll be right back. If anyone hears any updates, let me know. I'm going to go so fast, though, because they should be getting out soon, so. Oh, yeah, y'all. This is nutty. This is crazy, man. Hi, Boone. I'm coming. I don't think DB's here. That's okay. DB, do you see my chat? If so, let me know. I think he's probably working, Cindy. Do you hear that? Okay. This might be good to play. Actually.
I'll mute Angela. You owe me. Oh,
I'll
it
be
was
right
going to be
there.
a political ad that was going to play. So we don't do politics over here. I haven't seen which print they used, but I would imagine that it would say 1 or 2, print 1 or 2. Like the iPhone wouldn't know who it is specifically, just that there were different prints entered. And if you guys don't know this, but I'll tell you anyways. iPhones immediately encrypt the scan of your finger. So it's not like they could rehash and get the fingerprint out of it or anything. It's like a one-way, one direction is, and I just said the Fiend's favorite band. I'm sorry, rest in peace. But if you think about why there would need to be a second fingerprint for this theory to work, it brings up some interesting points. And also, I think someone made this point earlier, did they use one of their fingers to open the phone? I don't know. That's kind of wild, but I know they've tried it in the past. Law enforcement has tried it in the past by going to a coroner's office and doing it. It was just fucking crazy anyways, but yeah, we only do communism here. Antifa communisms. Well, Abby could open Libby's cell, they said. Yeah, with her fingerprint, right? Not the passcode. And she just reset her passcode. So a lot of people have been asking, like, why did the battery die in the phone or not? And does it really matter? Well, they know. The battery died first or not. There's a big difference on how the phone is unlocked with the digital forensic software. It didn't die. It was just not in the area. Right. But did they when they found it, was it dead? Oh, yeah, yes. My bad. I'm talking about how they unlocked the phone. Not on the 433 issue. But in general, how did they gain access to the phone? I know they had the parents' permission probably, and they probably had a passcode, but yeah, they didn't save. Well, it's a big difference. If the phone died and they unlocked it, it would it'd be a BFU, also known as before first unlock. And then if they charged it back up, well, if it was fully charged the whole time, not fully charged, but if it was still operational when they got to it, they would have a much easier time getting into the phone. It's called AFU after first unlock. So I don't know if it plays much of a difference in how they got into the phone or not, or the iPad, but it could be some forensic issues with how they got into it. They used a physical medium or not, or they use a digital, like gray key to break into it, or if they voluntarily had the passcode. I don't know. How's the walk? You have a nice little jaunt?
So hot. It's like hot here all of a sudden. Oh, that's awful. How do I fix that? Hold on. That's terrible. That's going to give me a headache. It was okay. It was just...
That's the most sunlight I've seen all day.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, how's that? Literally not any better. Well, oh well. It was good. What are we talking about? Fingerprints?
No, I was just killing time, making shit up.
Like, why is this still doing that? Man. No. I just don't want to end the stream until, there we go, until
Don't.
for the day, because I want to know, I want to like be able to process everything with everybody.
Yeah.
It's higher today, man.
You could just go live later after Andrea. Steal Andrea's notes and
That is
shit.
not going to happen. Every time I try and go live at night, I'm so tired.
It's just like low blood sugar fiend shows up and he's
Yeah, and I just get like, you know, grumpy. Are you still fighting with women?
I wouldn't call it fighting. I mean, I asserted my dominance and I'm not concerned about her
Sure, no. Okay. Well,
discretions against me.
can't believe we got like 2 sentences about glitter. Let's see. Oh no, Tor got blocked by Donnie. Wah wah. Did you see that, DB?
Do better, Donnie. I know you probably don't care now because you probably hung out with Bob Segal and all that stuff. You don't have to care about what I think, but
protect
do
each
better,
other.
bro.
Man, this is just Have we ever heard anything about glitter before in Delphi other than that one post? Look at DB, look at what we've done to the community.
You're all corrupted.
The light is beautiful. Is anybody going to trial? Bye, DB. Don't get too attached, ladies. He's gone in a flash. What can I tell you? It's all about coffee. I should probably start drinking it, huh? What did Indy Cindy say? One person did a glitter. Yeah, that's a good one. Gonna try and go tomorrow, Truth Seeker. Awesome. Excellent. Good. Determined to track down the glitter discussion. Okay. Well, I know M's found that linked the glitter person that commented on Reddit. Yeah, when the defense presents their case. Honestly, I am so, and this is a thing with like every trial, I think, but like it's really hard for me to sit through the state's presentation of their case. It's really hard. I don't know what that says about me. I have a hard time with it though. I find it to be frustrating. I don't recall blood on leaves. DB's going to be at trial tomorrow, y'all. So say what's up when you see him. He is 6'13". You can't miss him. There are some very weird people when you look up the Delphi hashtag. Interesting motion. What the fuck is wrong with Coffin Daffer? I'm sorry. Did she really just call Andrea a YouTube attorney? Well, then what are you, a YouTube agent? Interesting motion by a YouTube attorney. It has little to do with justice for Abby and Libby. I'm done with this broad. Y'all, get the fuck out of here. That's wild. That is fucking wild. What is this, ma'am? Courtney, what are you doing? What are you posting about? I've never even heard this word. Any sufficiently advanced neglect. Any sufficiently advanced neglect is indistinguishable from malice. Okay. All right, girl. I see you, Cork. I see you, Corky. Oh my gosh. I couldn't go today. I don't think I can handle seeing the pictures. I respect that. Coffin twatter. She used to be different. I don't know. Sleuthy and I've had similar experiences with Coffin Daffer. Like, we both thought she was nice, and then she like went crazy. I don't know. She do be doing that. She do be doing that. She do be doing that. Public access has everything to do with justice for Abby and Libby. Yeah, it's insane that somebody can, with a straight face, even suggest that anything that we're talking about has anything less to do. Like, I just can't. I'm so tired of everybody. Making sure that the state doesn't run and that law enforcement has accountability has little to do with justice. Okay, right. Like, really? Come on. She knows better. She knows better. She definitely knows better. What is Courtney saying? CSI said glitter was found on the leaves. Other reports say the glitter came from under the leaves in the dirt and ended up being the unspent cartridge. Like the defense says, no photos exist of the bullet being removed from the ground or collected. Unclear when it was found, but it was after the bodies were removed and the area was sprayed with luminol. They caught a sparkle from bullet inserted tipped down in the earth. Okay. Sticks placed on the bodies by the killer were of no evidentiary value because there was no blood on them. They were eventually picked up from the scene 2 weeks later and never DNA tested. Sir? Varied reports indicating that rape kits may not have been done. Defense asked this for a reason, and I expect to see it brought up again. Horrific if true. Wow. Wow. That can't be true, right, y'all? There's no way. Yeah, how is it possible that the state can say that? Y'all are funny. Welcome to my Twitter algorithm. Let's put the apparent failure to collect rape kits into perspective. I have read transcripts of cases where a victim discloses a sexual assault. Wait. Oh, God. Donnie just tweeted something. I know it's going to piss me right off. Oh. Well, never mind. I can't believe I doubted Donnie. Wait, what happened? Go back, go back, go back. Okay. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Oops, go forward. What did she say? What, DB? She say to the royal, what the fuck did she say to? Nothing. I don't think she said anything to her. I think that was royal. Good note. Oh God, did she clap? No, this is from earlier. This is Fiend. She was responding to this person about pictures, crime scene photos. And she said, the judge is giving the media time to view it. We will not be allowed to take video or photos of them, nor would we show graphic photos of murdered young girls, one who is naked. So it's okay for you to look at it, but not the public. Got it. Yes, that's how journalism works. We literally have a license and have laws and procedures we have to follow. Fucking what did you just say? You cannot be serious. Are you serious? Man. What's going on, y'all? This is crazy. This is insane, y'all. Never mind, that's fake. It is possible that at some point during the trial, someone may come forward to disprove this. Donnie, no, they won't. Y'all are gonna have to accept the fact that you tried to hang an innocent man, and that's your fucking cross to bear, not mine. That's your fucking cross to bear, all of you fucking cowards. Almost hung an innocent man. Is it possible at some point during this trial someone may come forward and disprove this, but for now, this is one of the strongest pieces of testimony from law enforcement. Add this to the defense claim that hairs around Abby's fingers were not Allen's. The case continues to evolve. Crime scene investigator testified that Richard Allen's DNA was not the crime scene. Wow. 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 She thinks Fiend was asking her. No, she was basically clapping because DB. What would they disprove? They would provide magic DNA. Holy fuck, Donnie. Yeah, I know. No nexus of Rick Allen being at the crime scene, according to Nick. I almost called him Nick Allen. Nick McClelland's criteria of what a nexus is. We still don't know what they found under the girls. Yeah, the only person reporting this is no one else is saying no DNA. That seems like a pretty important thing to be blasting, but of course they're not going to. Wow, Hammy sandwich. Wow. Wow. Hammy is sewing and had to stop. I guess Rick Allen's a criminal mastermind because he left nothing behind. Wow. Please tell us something we don't know. I wish I could. Bob and Donnie having some. Sounds like they're trying to throw off the case so when he's found not guilty, they can get more money. These updates are like hard to come by, huh? My gosh. Wow. I was channeling Nick's dumbass. Yeah, I know. I would love to learn something new. Someone could disprove that, DP. Why are they all such pussies? Just say the thing. Say the true thing. Rick Allen's DNA is nowhere near this crime. Rick Allen's presence is nowhere near this crime. Rick Allen's cell phone is nowhere near this crime. Rick Allen's associations are nowhere near this crime. Nothing to do with Rick Allen is anywhere near this crime because Rick Allen didn't commit this fucking crime. Period. Why are we still here? $4 million. These motherfuckers. DB, why don't you go vacuum and do a sew? Can you do a sew in a vacuum and maybe bring me a sandwich? Break the gender norms for us. Show that it can be done. Be a trailblazer. Bring me sandwich. Thank you. It's all about money, not justice. Keep getting weird phone calls. Haven't answered an unknown number in probably 5 years. Probably longer than that. No one said he was there. Captain, he didn't say he was there. Are we back to this? I don't care if he said he was there. He wasn't there. They're disproving his presence. It wouldn't matter if he said he was, even though he didn't. Yes, they're saying they saw the bullet on 214 for Cosent. Let us hear Jerry Holman's breathy calls. Now, those are for my ears only. They probably won't say the truth because they did a crappy job, and had they not done the proper stuff to investigate, they needed someone, and they picked Rick Allen. $4 million on a trial, and they haven't tested a hair. They didn't collect the sticks. They didn't do a rape kit. Nick, what are you doing? Man. 2, please. Thanks, DB. 2 sandwiches, DB. Thank you. It ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good. I was saying earlier, Angela Gunnote, like, I go back and forth with her a lot as to whether I love her or hate her. How are they just now saying that? So the bullet was found on 214 with luminol, not luminol, with a blue light, like in Room Raiders, right? Am I thinking of the right thing? A Room Raiders icky sticky finder, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? Isn't that blue light? Isn't that what they use? Right? I probably need to stop streaming pretty soon. I'm running out of things to say. Oh no. My goodness. Yeah, the icky sticky finder. They used an icky sticky, a UV light. Angela Gunnote apparently goes back and forth on whether she likes or hates Fiend. That's so true. We are all going to hell, and we're all going together, and it's gonna be great. This is only day 3. How are they getting to their phones? Does anyone know how they're getting to their phones? Like, how are they actually getting to their phones when they exit the courtroom? Oh, this is so great. Let's all do a nap, y'all. Let's do a sandwich and a nap together. Am I in crazy world? I think the jury's sequestered for nearly a month, and for what? A month is a really long time to be away from your family, your job. I'd be pissed if I was one of them. Yes, it's a jizz light. Thank you. Hi, Criminal Network. They're having people bring their phones to them. Oh, okay. Peons and minions. What if Alan was dropped off and picked up? Reason why Blair didn't see his car. What if? Yes. What if he teleported to the scene on a... I don't know. Maybe. Yep. You know what? I can't disprove that. So maybe he did get dropped off and picked up. Okay. I thought only one person did this, though. So who dropped him off and picked him up? I'd love to know. Maybe. It'll be the first we heard of it. Magic Dragon. Could be Magic Dragon. Ari did a jet ski. Do you remember the live we did with the Ladies' Night Live? Where someone started talking about, like, bringing jet skis into Deer Creek. Does anyone remember that? Oh, they're handing notes to colleagues. That makes sense. Bob ain't. We know Bob's not handing his notes to nobody. Bob's like, I got all my notes in here. That sounds like a great closing. Yeah. I remember that live. He flew into a bat and he flew away. I mean, he turned into a bat and he flew away. Booters. There's 202 people here. I'm so amazed. I'm so impressed with all of you. I wish I had more to tell you. Oh my God. What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? I don't know who Officer Page is either, Criminal Network, but he was the 14th officer to the scene. Why are they interviewing him? Why is he a witness? Aw, thanks, Post Punk. I love you. Member for 1 month. That's so exciting. Congratulations. Yes. Didn't they say they saw his car on security camera? You can't have it both ways. It was a kayak, a canoe, a jet ski. 14 is an important 14th to appear. Wow. Criminal Network, please. I can't. Dropped off, picked up, left no DNA, magic ninja skills. They used to say we were crazy. Why are you sorry, woman? Oh, because this is hilarious? Yeah, it's okay. Don't be sorry. How's our meme doing? Not great. You gotta put Indiana at the end. I made it too complicated. It's my fault. It's my fault. It was a miss. It was a swing. It was a swing and a miss, y'all. Then you're calling the young witnesses liars who saw Alan. Somebody help. Somebody take that one. Somebody take that one for me, please. Yeah, he worked at the biggest store in town and no one recognized him. It's so crazy. I really like these sketches. It's bad. They're growing on me. It's bad. What do y'all think about the Kathy Shank info drop? That a woman was rummaging. The more complicated their theory, the more evil it makes Alan look. Of course. 4.2 million, Nick, for this? Man. You know that thing that's like, that's your man. It's like, that's him. And you're gonna and that's your man. That's him. I'ma stick by him. That's Carroll County. That's all the trolls with Nick McClellan. That's my man. I'ma stick by him. I'ma stick by him. That is my man. Y'all need to find you another man's. There are different mans. There are better mans out there. You don't have to settle for that man's. He is one sad man's. DB, you're in here, right? Yes. So, DB, did you see the snafu where the state accidentally pushed a button that showed a huge close-up picture of Libby's face, and the whole courtroom and the whole gallery audibly gasped and were very upset, and then the state apologized? Do you know who was responsible for that snafu? One James Luttrell. One James Luttrell. Way to go, James. Yeah, I was probably done on purpose. We're gonna change. We can change the color. Look, we can change this color. What color do we want? Red. Oh my god. Green. Blue. Multicolor. Multicolor. What do we think? Pink? I'm kind of feeling red. I'm kind of angry. Green, red. DB said red first, so that's it. I did see a snafu. I'm wondering how that could be blamed on the defense, right? Yeah. Well, probably will be. Red, green, blue. No, we're gonna do red. Has Anna testified? I believe Anna was testified day one. They got the family members over with, I believe, so that they wouldn't have to like miss out on. Well, now I don't know. What color do we want? Blue. I do feel blue. Let's do blue. Blue. Dabba dee dabba 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 dee dabba da dabba dee dabba da. We share the same brain. We do. Yes, we do. I've seen a woman do a celebrate from the sofa without flinching. I'll go back and forth. I'll go back and forth between blue and red. How about that? A lot of people thought that Ridgway, actually the actual task force investigating the Green River serial murders suspected Gary Ridgway for a while. So maybe. Let's do a combo? Is Ron Logan on the witness list? I hope so, because I got some questions for that old man. I don't think I have purple. We'll just stick with blue for now. Wait, I can make this one purple. Oh my god, guys. We're doing big things. 200 people about to watch me. Change my lights. Fuck yes. Now we're really doing big things. Mr. Beast, I'm coming for your throat. I'm coming for your fucking neck, homie. Me and my fans. Shit. There we go. Purple. Look what we did. We did such a good job. Ron Logan's no longer with us. So they say. He is dead. He's always with us. Man. I need a nap too. This light's making me hot, I feel like. Everything's making me hot today. Ems. My love. Everything is making me hot, especially my rage. My untethered fucking rage. Yes. The man that was seen in a tan coat was muddy and bloody. The one that did this, in my opinion, Ange. It was not Rick Allen. It could have probably, yeah. If there really was a homie walking down the street, muddy and bloody, like he slaughtered a pig, I might be concerned as to where that guy is. I don't know. The crime scene seemed like it became a tour. Yep, they're going to interview the 51st officer. I know. Why didn't we hear any yet? Like, were there none? Do they wait until the end of each witness? How do they do jury questions? Why haven't we heard any of them yet? I guarantee you the jury had questions. Maybe they do them at the end of the day, but I feel like we got some mid-afternoon last time. Think about that. Every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. 194. We're dropping like flies. Those of you who are still with me, my God. What fucking MVPs, champions. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. It's really fucking sad. I'm local to Indiana and a political junkie. I was watching this election closely because of how this crime would affect it. Liggett seems like part of the good old boys club. It was looking like he was going to lose. If he had lost, we'd have seen the holes in the case then. I don't know what that means. I don't know who that is. They will walk Ron Logan in like Weekend at Bernie's. I'm so fucking glad you're doing this. And I wouldn't know what to do with myself while waiting for updates. Me either. Remember that time we were waiting for Courtney to get out of trial or out of the hearings? It was like 3 hours. DB just played like the worm game and did a crossword. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. Jury question number 1. When does the prosecution start? When does the investigation start? Jury question number 1. What the fuck? That's what I would ask. I can go all day. Memes. Let's meme. Where's our best memes? Post. Oh wait, I bet Hammy always retweets the best ones. You don't say, DB. DB playing with his worm, no shame. That's how he roll. That's how baby girl roll. Let's share Hammy's page. Do I have your consent? Sure. Okay. Me explaining the Delphi case to family and friends. Ha ha ha. I took my ADHD meds. It's over for you bitches. Me to the media reporting on. Show the clip. What clip, DB? Which clip? We got lots of clips. I got clips all day. Let's go to brand. What did DB put in my brand box? What's in here? Let's see.
Subpoena Dukas take them.
Oh my God, this is addicting.
That's fucking illegal.
Anthony Rene Greeno.
I want to give you a hug. I want to give you a hug.
I like that one. I don't know what some of these are. Oh, here's mom. Is she hot?
Criminal Network is a new member and a very nice member, having already gifted 10 lawyerly memberships. Thank you, Criminal.
Okay, bitch.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Is that the clip you meant, DB? POV, everyone after finding out what Gull did to that, after finding out that Gull did that to the Alimata. Clips from that night. Oh my God, I will. I'll do it right now. Find the new courtroom sketches. You find the new courtroom sketches, DB. No, I'll find them right now. Okay. How many things can I do at once? Delphi trial. Where do I find them? There should be like a repository of all of them. Who's the artist? Where do I find their resume? Where do I find their wow? What the fuck you do to her? Okay, I'm gonna find those videos because they're really funny. DB was doing bullying onto me that night, though. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you are, DB. But that's okay. When even was that? July, August? Yeah, sounds right. Sometime around then.
Grace said that.
Come in. What else? Yes.
Also, Nancy Grace.
Oh gosh.
She met up with.
Oh, I found one. Okay, we found one. Perfect. Now, me, how you gonna get just your own? You're gonna have to send a fucking. I'll die. Oh, what? I don't get it. Okay. Here's one. What's this one? Let's see. I don't remember which one this is. I just know it's one from then.
She met up with people and met her demise, but they also believe that her boyfriend at the time could be involved.
Hey, DP.
Yeah.
What you playing?
Huh?
What are you?
I'm not playing anything.
What is this?
Wait a second. You guys see that? What I was doing?
What is this?
Oh my god, was I?
What is it? Sausage flip.
I was tossing the bottle. I didn't know you guys could see me. That's fucking embarrassing, dude.
Where's Courtney?
Oh, dude, I'm fucking pulling out all the strings over here, okay?
Corky.
You better shit me a Courtney right now, dude.
What would my channel do if we didn't have BB?
I'm playing Flash games from the fucking 1990s over here, dude. We need a snake.
Every 20
okay?
minutes, I'm like, I'll be right back.
Who's the snake?
Just leave you.
We need a snake. Who's a snake? Who are we gonna name a snake? Snake.
Jerome?
Jerome? He can't be the butt of
Jerome.
every joke, can he?
Yes, he can, in my opinion. Where's the one where yeah, the one where Luke beats you at tic-tac-toe. That's what I'm looking for. Here's all the funny ones. Emily says, what time's the trial over today? Oops. Criminality is live. Ugh, well, of course she is. She's always live when the day is over. Well, that explains, that explains our dropping numbers, y'all. I don't even hold it against you. However, I am going to go down with this ship because I want to wait until court gets out. I will not be offended if y'all leave me, though. I understand. Her background's purple. She's got prezzies. I get it. I can't even blame you. Do they end at 6? Oh, no. Booney's doing that thing where he's like, never. All right. I was looking for something specific, and now I don't know what it was. What was I looking for? I have so much crap saved on my thingy. I need to get rid of some of my crap on my thingy. There's way too much crap on my thingy. I remember when DB did a what's it called? What's it called? Something. Saturday from 9 to 12 is just a really bizarre decision on her part, I swear. Oh no. Criminal Network says, my ex-girlfriend got a bunch of crap on my thingy. I've got crap on my crap. Never seen. Oh, yeah. The degenerate names. FBI was kicked off the case about the time of Ferency's murder. Yeah. Wait, I'm about to play a thingy, DV, that you did. I'm about to play a thingy. Where is it? Here it is. Here's the thingy.
In a trial or tomorrow that Richard Allen had some part in this and did something. Like, I'm still not going to be okay with how I feel in my gut about these like other people. What is happening? What the fuck was that? Show me in a trial or tomorrow that Richard Allen had some part in this and did something. Like, I'm still not going to be okay with how I feel in my gut about these like other people. What is happening? What the fuck was that?
You'll see the absolute
acts of the
horror.
defense. Oh, I felt it necessary to address this before they call me corrupt.
That's it's getting ahead of
Nick, get a hold of yourself, bro.
oh man.
Projecting much? Yes, I was very young.
She says, OMG, the safekeeping order has been vacated.
Good. That's awesome.
What do you mean good? You said, I thought you really are going through it, huh? You've been,
What do you mean?
You've been trying to get this thing vacated and talking about it for a year and a half.
I'm
and
dead.
It got vacated and you said,
inside.
good.
They fucking broke me, DB.
Can we get like a freaking fist pump or something? Damn. Let's
I'm
go,
dead
dude.
inside. I'm excited about it, but
Trying to find a really funny one. Has anyone tried to explain the Delphi murders case and trial to their family members? And they're like, they look at you like you're unwell? No? Oh, media's like, uh-oh, we did an honest, guys. We have to backpedal our honest. Just an emphasis here. What's typed here is from law enforcement investigator who said he personally didn't know if a rape kit was done. If he was not in the room, he can't say yes that there was one. We're talking you through what's happening witness by witness. Also, since we can't have cameras or audio detailing everything, is coming to our team through multiple humans writing and listening and then sharing their notes. Yeah, so that's a problem. Don't you see the problem with that, Angie? Oh, I found the tic-tac-toe. I knew I had it saved.
That video, it didn't look like he was looking down at his phone for a stock ticker.
He said, "I know you did
Go ahead.
something."
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I know
Don't
you.
point your glasses at the audience, please.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know that you did something, is what he said. He
Courtney.
didn't, I know that you're the killer. He just said, "I know that you did something."
Courtney.
I'm gonna. What?
Where are you, Courtney? Fiend, come up here.
Are you bored? Come up here, Fiend. I'm boring our guest.
Court is out. Julie's going on tea. Whoa, Julie. I love Julie to death, but no, I love her to death. I will get the clip notes after, maybe. Court's out. Okay. So, why are we not getting swarmed with updates? Is my question. Boom. Do you hear that? Do y'all hear him? Nick McClellan already at the bar. No, you. I can love Mandy's avatar. I can't get over it. It's like very Charlie Brown. Let's see. Not too much stuff over here. Remove.
Of ISP.
Right.
I'm going here.
I love that, DB.
What you guys got? Bottom middle? What an idiot. Oh my god.
Amy. I think Luke beat you, DB. I think you lost.
Oh, it's the attorney's fault. These fucking defense attorneys.
What does this mean? Judge Jessica keeps saying worms cannons. What is worms cannons?
I don't know. Never heard of it. Oh, it's a game?
Apparently. I don't think.
Oh my god, I found the Nick McClellan picture that I've been looking for. Please hold. I know. I'm like, I know. I need to get my second wind, y'all. Not going anywhere, but neither is this convo. You know, I got nothing to report. They're giving me nothing. I can't entertain the masses. I don't have it in me. I'm not a DB. Not a DB character. Let's see. Oh God, fucking Nancy Grace. I can't. No one wants to listen to Nancy Grace, right? I don't think I do. I definitely think I don't want to listen to Nancy Grace. Come to think of it.
Wearing the same clothes.
Shut up, Nancy. Nothing, y'all. Nothing since we last checked. Just keeping them in court till 8. We just don't want to witness the madness alone. I'm kind of just chilling, y'all, until we get an update. Like, I don't know what to... I'm just kind of background. Oh, God. Article still under construction. I received more notes. Not the ideal process, but it's moving forward. Imagine if there was a better process, you know? All right, let's read this together. Richard Allen is charged with the 2017 murders of Williams and German. Crime scene investigator and sergeant of ISP, Dwayne Dasman. This is very small. Hold on. Testified in court he was not aware of any DNA matching Allen's that was found at the crime scene. That feels significant. Good. Awesome. Indiana State Police Sergeant Jason Page was the man in charge of photographing the bodies back in 2017. Over 40 photos were revealed Monday morning, each showing graphic, bloody close-ups of the slashes to each girl's neck and the surrounding area covered in blood. Trees had blood spatter, as did the ground. Sergeant Page testified branches were on top of the girls' bodies and appeared to have been placed by a human. Sergeant Page did not speculate further on the stick placement. He also said it was not his job to determine the girls' times of death when he was asked for an opinion about when they may have been killed. Allen's attorney, Rosie, continued with cross-examination as recalled by our news gathering partners at Wish. Do you know if a rape test kit was given, Rosie asked. I would assume. I wasn't there. When asked about the size of footprints found, blood in the area, and hair wrapped around Abby's finger, Page responded with, "You're asking questions out of my knowledge." Why is this their witness, the state's witness, I wonder? Page also testified that he was not aware of any DNA found from Allen found at the scene. Sergeant Dotsman testified to not disturbing the unspent shell casing found near the bodies. That is the casing used to initially tie Allen to the murders, as the state claims that markings left on the casing match Allen's gun. The defense has criticized that, claiming, countering with theories that the bullet may belong to a cop who dropped the bullet at the scene or someone else nearby. Dosman testified that the sticks and branches on the bodies were of no evidence. Dosman testified that the sticks and the branches on the bodies, quote, were of no evidentiary value, end quote, and did not have blood on them, yet they were later collected weeks later and placed in evidence storage. Some of the sticks were apparently in a triangle formation. That's it so far. Okay, well. Okay. Well. It's true. It is true. We're doing a giveaway. We're just trying it, you know. We're not really sure how it will go, but we're going to try it. I'm going to try it out. See how y'all like it. I wonder if Luttrell's first outrage inspired accidental close-ups of dead people. I wonder if this is Luttrell's first outrage-inspired accidental close-up of dead people. I don't know, dude. It's so bad, though. It's so bad. Captain Ravioli, I love your name so much. Yeah, it makes me want ravioli. Isn't that funny? I've never heard of Paige either. Who is that? Who are you, sir? It's like a vampire. It's like too bright, but That's better. We can work with that. Like phlegmy spit or slick spit? Either or. Either or. I can produce either or. You know, up to you. Sergeant Page is filling in because the other ISP officer was arrested on CP charges. It's a good chance. There's always a good chance of that. Last name Riley. Oh my. I'm amazed that in a town that small, they managed to arrest a guy without any family juice or political juice days before the election. How many of those even exist in Delphi? 4 or 5? And why can't the public see him without his Hannibal Lecter garb? Great question. Good question, debacle of KK. Love that question. Love that question. I'm actually getting really fucking annoyed right now. I'm getting really annoyed. I'm getting really annoyed. This is ridiculous. Well then, you fit in perfectly here in Vicinity. We are not exactly the picture of maturity all the time. Far from that. Let's see. Do you think Judge Golish issued a decision yet on Andrea's motion? I'm gonna guess no. She probably read it during arguments. Motion to intervene filed. Cool beans. It's so weird, like now that you scroll down to the bottom of Rick's My Case entry, and it's like, yeah, and it's like there's no more trial dates listed, so it's like, oh, it looks weird. Looks different. Adorable. I love that for you. Love that for her. Good for you. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Truth Seeker. Oh my. I want jury questions. Why aren't I wonder if they asked any. They had to have asked them today. Right? I sent you here you go, Luke. Get on up here.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Luke. I love your bald head. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You look fabulous.
You haven't lived until you've moisturized a bald head.
I would like to moisturize a bald head before I die.
You're gonna get clipped for that, right?
Apparently, Bob updated his Twitter, Luke. Shall we take a look?
Okay. Ugh. Which Bob are we getting?
Oh, the good Bob, the Mata Bob, the better Bob, the timeline Bob. Court finished for the day at 5:45 with state witness Brian Oli. I've never heard of any of these motherfuckers. Still under direct examination. It was a brutal day. Large amounts of photographs of the crime scene were introduced. Details to follow on tonight's live. Okay, well. All right. What's
Do
up,
we know
Luke?
if were murder sheets in the courtroom?
I don't fucking know.
They must be so furious that people are getting to finally see the pictures.
Yeah, the whole gallery got to see them. They were shown to all of them.
Anyway, so what's really annoying lately, I mean, like, we knew that there was a risk that when this started, maybe the state would come up with something, maybe a little thing, you know, like make us think twice. But actually, it's been an avalanche of obvious innocence for Rick.
Mm-hmm.
And not to take away from that man's suffering, because obviously he suffered more than anybody, but the absolute shit those people put you and others through for half of this year, for nothing, for this.
For this. Pretty lame. Pretty lame. And the frustrating thing is that we were right the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we knew that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, so did they actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, I do think that certain people, like the aforementioned, who I won't name, I do believe they believe their bullshit. I really do. I believe that those particular individuals believe their bullshit. I think that they are incredibly paranoid. I believe that they 100% believe that I am the devil incarnate. I don't think that they're trying to frame me as such. I think that they really see me as such. And that's unfortunate for them, and that they're unwell. I hope they get well. But the other people, I don't know what their fucking deal is or what their motivation is. I just can't figure it out. I really can't.
Yeah. And it's not like they just went online and said a few bad things about you and Court and Tara and, you know, everybody. They tried to destroy lives, like, you know.
The broomstick. Yes, Luke, that's very true. That's very true.
DB, come up here. Come on. Come and show your
He's
face.
like, oh, no, he's not going to come up here, Luke. He's watching Teresa.
He's gonna flounce. He's
watching.
away.
He's watching Teresa. He's watching fucking probably 4 different streams, and they're being like, and everyone's like, oh, hi, DB. You're so funny, DB. We don't want you up here, DB.
He's doing the simp rounds.
He's making his simp rounds for sure. For sure. Gotta love it, though. I respect it. Takes a minute for people to realize the depth of corruption and its consequences.
Yeah, but I mean, you worry about Indiana, right? Like, America is the great legal laboratory. You have all of the states with like similar but different legal systems, and that's one of the interesting things about it.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana, one of the interesting things for me in this is how terrible the experiment has gone in Indiana.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're like perpetually moving backwards in every way. It's crazy.
What, like, you also have some really good attorneys there, though. Some of whom we know, obviously. So there must be some hope, right? Maybe.
I don't know, Luke. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I'm like, I go on and off with that. Like, Because we shouldn't have gotten this far though. Like it should have stopped with the Supreme Court. The nonsense should have stopped. They should have put a fucking end to it. And they didn't. And here we are a year later almost. So that's kind of when my hope dies. I'm like, you get this remarkable, unprecedented, practically impossible opportunity for a writ, like oral arguments between the Supreme Court in this case, like unheard of. Yeah, I do feel hopeful, and then I talk to DB, and he makes me want to fucking.
I mean, I love DB. I mean, he knows that he has a unique way of, not unique. He has a rare way of explaining the importance of standing up to the state, how difficult it is.
Yeah.
But how important it is, because at this point in time, Richard Allen represents the man. He represents anyone who could be subject to that legal system.
Sure does. Sure does. Thank you, Luke. I'll unblock you. Luke said that you were, what did you say, a unique way?
Yeah.
I think the word
Rare.
you meant was special.
DB is rare, unique, and very special.
He's a very special boy. He's a very special boy.
Do you think he's going to unveil? Do you think
Unravel?
he's going to unveil?
Who he
He's going
is?
to unveil at the end. Yeah. We need
I
to know.
sincerely hope not. That would ruin it for me. I don't want to know. It ruins everything. You never want to know who anybody is, because then once you know, then it ruins it. That's my opinion. Look at my dog. Look how cute he is.
He's beautiful.
He's just the worst, though. He's really bad.
Do you talk to him about the case?
Oh yeah, he's my number one. He's my number one legal pundit, for sure.
I've been talking to a lot of people about it, and they just kind of glaze over. Like,
Yeah.
I met a woman last
A
week for
date?
and
Luke went on a date. Did a date.
I did. Luke did a date, and she was like, "So what have you been doing today?" And I said, "I've been watching the trial." You know? And she's like, "What? You went to court?" Like, oh no.
Not real. Not
And
exactly.
Then I explained, and she's like, "Oh, you're really into justice."
It's a really nice way of being like, you're autistic. You have autism. You're on the spectrum, Luke, with the rest of us.
Luke did an autism. Yeah.
Luke did an autism.
Okay.
It's okay. You have a justice complex, which is a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's important.
Well, it
I
can go
can't
on the
relate.
shelf with all the other complexes. You say you can't relate to that.
No, I can't relate to justice complex at all. I don't really care one way or the other. I'm just kind of, along for the ride. Whatever happens, happens.
Go for the PTSD.
Yes, I definitely have PTSD. If Rick Allen is acquitted, I'll do a line of a 5 deuce. I'll do a lineup of 5 guys so you all can have an idea of 5 guys I could look like. I misread that.
DB's
DB. I thought you
officially
said
out of the closet.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do. If you're like, if he's acquitted, I'm gonna be so excited. I'm gonna do 5 guys. Good, DB. You should.
Like, it's going to be a rainbow party at DB's house.
I'm just gonna do 5 guys. Oh, that's a great idea, though. I gotta take my dog out, Luke. I think Andrea goes live in like 20 minutes.
All right. Well, it was good talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You should you come on sooner next time. Just
I will come sooner. I will come sooner next time.
Okay.
As soon as
All
DB. Yeah. Okay.
Bye.